Well, good morning, morena, everybody. Welcome to, if I just call the room to order, we have a very full day of workshops ahead of us today, workshops and briefings. If I just call the room to order, we're having problems with our chairs by the looks of it. Just addressing quickly, welcome everybody. I think, can I invite you, Dalmarie, to open us with a karakia? That's appropriate for us today.
Tēnā koutou e te whare, it would be remiss of me to do karakia in front of the esteemed rangatira in the room. Can I ask if I can give the raka over to you, please, Nera?
Nera, can we ask you to open us with a karakia, please?
You're away.
Thank you. May I seek your indulgences as I learn how everything works around here, but good to be with you all this morning. Let us pray. Kia inoi tātou. Nau mai e te wairua tapu, nau mai e te mana o ngā mātua o ngā tūpuna, nau mai e te mana o te wāhingaro. Whakatauria rā te wairua aio, te wairua rangi māri e ki runga, kia mātou e huitahi nei tēnei wā. Kia mārama, kia wātea, kia te ohai te māramatanga o te atua ki runga ki raro ki waho ki roto, tūturua whiti whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e hui e, tāiki e.
Kia ora, and thank you, Nera. And it feels very strange to do it this way round, but I'm now going to invite Steph to introduce you.
Kia ora, Susan. Many of you have just had a chance to introduce yourselves to Nera personally, but I'm really delighted today to introduce Nera Simmons as our new Kaihautū Māori. We took some time to think about what we needed in the organisation in terms of leadership around our strategic Māori partnerships and also building our own capacity and capability and confidence to work in Te Ao Māori, and took that time. We have reshaped the role. We went to market and there was a very competitive recruitment process with 27 applications. And so Nera absolutely shone and rose to the top of that process, and we are absolutely delighted and actually very privileged to have Nera join us as of yesterday. And I'd like to acknowledge me, Susan and Claire and Lou, who is not here today, who attended the mihi whakatau yesterday morning. We had a beautiful day in here in Chambers yesterday with Nera and his whānau who came to support him. It was a really lovely occasion. One of the members of the whānau actually commented to me that she'd never actually seen me lost for words because normally she can't shut me up. But it was a beautiful day, and we're delighted to have Nera. You will get to know Nera and the depth of his experience, not just within Te Ao Māori, but actually globally in terms of his role within the church and serving the monarch of the kingitanga and his interactions. But I have always found Nera to be funny and down to earth and very open to sharing the wealth of his knowledge and experience. And so on that note, I'll actually just hand to Nera so he can introduce himself. But Nera, we're looking forward to you helping us navigate the journey. So thank you for joining us. We're delighted to have you here. Yeah.
Oh, morena rauranga tirama, your worship, members of council. It's a joy to join you all on this journey. My name is Nera Simmons. I come from Ngāti Raukawa, was born and bred in Putaruru. Coming to Te Awamutu was like the big city that we would go and visit. And Cambridge was where we went for KFC every time we were coming back from somewhere. This district is very familiar to me. It's where I've spent pretty much all my life. Even my working career has been in this region. As Steph mentioned, my most recent role was serving Te Ariki Nui Queen i Ngā Waihonoi Te Pō, the new Māori Queen, and her late father as Chief of Staff and Private Secretary, doing that role for nearly 7 years. Before that, I served in the Anglican Church as an ordained priest, and still am, but in our technical speak, we call it I'm a non-stipendiary minister, which kind of means I fill in gaps here and there when I'm able to. And in that role served in Tokoroa and in other parishes, and was able to have a wonderful conversation with one of the councillors this morning about everyone always wants to be the vicar of Cambridge because it's got to be one of the most beautiful Anglican churches in the country. Is it? Oh, actually, I heard. I'm a little taken already though, so Can I just say in closing, because I know you've got a big day ahead, I'm really excited to be here and to work with you all, to work with the iwi. I come with a lot of experience and connections and relationships among the iwi, and I know that particularly in this rohe, the majority of iwi are now in a space where they've grown their internal capacity. They're looking to be ready and willing to engage. And so the opportunity now for me to join you and build that bridge and look at how we can create a community where everyone can thrive and live together. Both sides of that bridge have the same vision. And so to be able to make those connections, to share in that dream and that hope. And this will show how well my induction went yesterday, to make us the home of champions. It's something I'm really excited to do. Thank you all. Tēnā koutou. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Nita. Very, obviously the HR team did well in terms of getting the old byline in there. Fantastic. You know, it's wonderful to have you in the whare with us today. Right, so I think before we move into the first workshop item, Steph wants to just address an administrative matter which was raised by Roger over the last couple of days. So if I can pass to you.
I do, and
Steph,
Morena koutou, and I just want to welcome Bruce to the room today. It's lovely to have you with us, Bruce. We're making the most of it between now and the last audit and risk meeting. So, welcome, Roger. I will need to do a mea culpa to you, and we'll do it publicly because you asked a question about putting papers onto our website prior to a workshop. And our normal practice is to have the workshop on a Wednesday and put those papers online on a Thursday or Friday. So those papers will go up on a tomorrow morning, immediately after this, so that the papers will go up. We're happy to rethink that. And if we need papers to go up before workshops, we're happy to rethink that, but we felt that we needed to take the time and just consider what the implications of that would be and make sure that all councillors were happy with that decision if we were going to make a change to our process. So the papers for today will go online tomorrow morning. So, but I apologise because I didn't come back to you to let you know that that was the outcome, and that's just because the last couple of days have been very big days.
Thank you, and thank you for that explanation. I'm unsure at this point why we could not have made those papers public prior to this meeting, because the items that we're talking about are actually quite huge in the public interest in those, particularly the resident perception survey. And can I ask, was it, and I'm being a little bit cynical here, but was it intentional so that those papers were not out there prior to the deadline of the local media? Because the media are interested as well.
No, it's definitely not intentional, Roger. It's just our process. We've now been having workshops for the year that I've been here. We've had a number of big issues, as you say, and I agree with you. They're big issues of interest, but our process has always been that we put the papers up after the workshop, and that is in respect of bringing that to you first as councillors, and having that respect to this chamber, whereby you get to see and digest that information, given the purpose of workshops and briefings in the cadence of full council, committees, and then workshop meetings. So that's always been our process. And there's nothing cynical going on, Roger, is what I want to assure you.
Can I just finish off my line of conversation here? We've got 3 public excluded sessions this afternoon. Will there be an area in public debate where we will discuss whether those 3 sessions should be held in public excluded, or will that just happen without any public debate as to why?
As we've repeated, when we make the decision to make items public excluded, we go through a process. We check that legally, Roger, with our legal counsel. Those papers are in public excluded for very good reason. And that's, again, following our normal process.
Thank you. Claire, did you have something you want to add before we move the meeting on?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that because my understanding was that any open workshop would have that material, available for the public to see at the time of the workshop. rather than, the next day or something. I've always wanted to have pre-circulated material because it gives us time, to digest it and be prepared for the discussion. And I just assumed that it would be available on the website for any member of the public. That's all.
So as a result of this conversation, we're prepared to absolutely can reconsider that and think about what we want to do. But as I said, I wanted to give the team time to think about that, because obviously we are wanting to make sure we've got due process and we all understand what we're doing around each meeting and what the protocols are. That would be a change, but we're absolutely open to thinking about that. And George and the team will do some work on that. And if we want to change it, we're happy to reconsider that.
I was looking at the guide for workshops and determining PE grounds, actually, which is one of our governance documents, which we signed off on in the 7th of September 2024. And I think I raised it when we were finalising that I was really keen to have material available beforehand. Yeah, it does say that any pre-circulated workshop material must be with governance by midday Friday, but that sometimes presentations may not be pre-circulated until the day before the workshop. But it doesn't actually say that it would be available on the council's website at the time of the workshop or anything. Yeah, but I just assume because it's an open workshop, you'd think that it would be available. Yeah. It's good to clarify it. Yeah, thanks.
I think the other thing that comes into this, of course, was that the whole workshop material, even to us, was not available basically until close of business on Friday.
I mean, that is in terms of our policy. Yeah, that's all.
Right. I think we've probably exhausted that that discussion. So just before we crack into our Mike.
Yeah, just one thing, just on what you said there, Steph. So is there any reason that that this, at least today, can't go out sort of after this meeting? Like, what does it? I mean, there wouldn't be any issue with that, would there? Rather than wait till tomorrow.
I've asked the team to get it up online as soon as possible after the meeting. They've
Yeah.
generally gone up either Thursday or Friday immediately after the workshop, but I've asked the team this morning to make sure, given the interest in them, that they're posted as soon as possible.
All right, thank you.
Right, let's crack into our agenda. The first item, actually, before we go any further, I just wanted to remind everybody that there's to be no electioneering in the whare today, as we are obviously approaching an election day. Just want to remind everybody of that. The second point before I introduce this paper is welcome, obviously, Bruce, to the room again. Nice to see you with us. And I believe we are expecting Carol Billette online. Is she with us yet? She's due to appear at some point. So thank you, Bruce and Carol, for making the effort to be here for these items today. So look, I will invite James to the seat there, and really looking forward to having some really good discussion around the enhanced financial reporting that that you've been working hard on. It's definitely an item of huge interest to us all. So yeah, welcome James, Yolanda, Tony and Wayne. Morena.
Yeah, morning, councillors. Well, I mean, what a wonderful day. The sun's almost shining. We've got a full day of workshops in front of us. We're actually going to deal with the most, I think, interesting topic straight up. So beg your indulgence for the next 90 minutes. I just wanted to run through a bit of background and then open it up, because the kind of benefit of this session is councillors' feedback. So the less we can talk, the better. There is a number of us up here today. What that demonstrates is we recognise the risk around growth, capital, finance. We all know it. It's integral to our LTP. So we are all working together as a team across growth, Tony and Wayne, and across capital with Sean and Evelisa, and obviously in finance with myself, Yolanda, and the rest of the team as well. So so a bit of a coordinated effort, this one. So just quickly getting into the presentation. Zoe, if you can bring that up. Right, let's try and get this to work. Okay, can you bring up the live deck, please, Zoe? That was the pre-workshop. If you can just bring up the deck. Can you bring up the previous one I sent you? My apologies. Yeah, version 4. Apologies. Okay. All right, well, I'll tell you what, I'll start talking to start with, because in my admin trying to get everyone prepared, we sent a pre-agenda pack for everyone to look at and prepare for the workshop. That's the one we've just brought up. We have a live deck here, but I can start talking. So to that point, we sent out an agenda, a pack with existing finance and corporate report to councillors to review and prepare. Within that pack, there were a number of things to think about in critically assessing where the state of our financial reporting today. So those were qualities of good data and also some questions to ask yourself about how they're satisfying your existing governance responsibility in terms of not only reporting, but managing the financial risk as well. I'm not going to walk through that particular information at the moment because that will obviously take some time. We've only got 90 minutes. So the plan for today is to go straight to a councillor input session. So having sent out the pre-readings and the pre-material, you will now have hopefully some good ideas and some good suggestions. That session will be around about 60 minutes, which will be the majority of the session. And what we found earlier is by having that conversation, staff answering the questions, that's a good dialogue and forum for us to tease out what the improvements and enhancements look like. So I think that's really important. The other thing is section 3. We'll work through future reporting improvements. So staff have listened in the latest audit over the last 5 or 6 months about in the latest audit and risk meetings and F&C meetings, and also through the LTP sign-off process. Yeah. And we've identified that we need to make some improvements and enhancements given what's going on in the external environment and the risks the council faces, particularly in that growth capital and modelling space. So we know that. So we've got some suggestions as well. We don't want to put those up front clearly, because if we put those up front clearly, you'll sit and go, well, actually, I had that idea. So there'll be a bit of reconciliation there. In addition to that, at the end, we had a session, and this is part of Steve's KPI number 7, and part of that initial session was with the chairs of each of the relevant council committees to see how the reporting was currently working for them in their role as chairs. So we got some feedback on those. We'll have that at the end to cover off, and I'm hoping that probably 80 or 90% of the stuff that staff are suggesting, the chair's feedback, that will cover off most of what councillors raised today. But I think there's real value, and we think there's real value in having that conversation without seeing that information first, right? So that's where we are. At the end, we will go away and we will prioritise that list of improvements. And I'm thinking in terms of the monitoring and implementation of that in the new triennium, we'll maybe include that as an appendix into the F&C report. So that councillors can clearly monitor and see how what we've promised to do and what we've promised to take away is being undertaken. And clearly some things will be easier than others. Some things will take longer. Some things at the moment, like some of our capital reporting is an example, and some of our growth reporting, it's not systemised. Sorted? Okay. So on that note, I think I've probably talked enough, and we'll go. Just coming up. I told you it was going to be exciting, Councillor Gordon. Here we go. That looks promising. It's the wrong one. Excuse me. Give me 1 minute.
Should we just adjourn for 5 minutes while we sort this out? I think that's probably a good idea, isn't it?
Let's just adjourn for 5 or so minutes so that we can sort the tech out.
And I'll take complete ownership for administration
Back
issues.
again.
Right. Right. We're going to skip through this because we've already sent this out. So this is what I talked about today about the agenda, what we'll cover off. We're going to go straight into the councillor input session. And then I've talked through the different agenda items. So this particular information is a drill down of the Finance and Corporate report, which was sent out in the pre-workshop preparation. So I'm going to get straight through that. And we're going to go straight into section 2. So yeah, who would like to start with their feedback?
Roger.
Thank you. I found this really, really interesting, and thank you very much for that. But I think my mind went back to, I think a very initial question is, who is the target audience for the financial report? Because the reports that we put through council and through our major committees, my understanding is those reports become the window or the transparency of council engaged operations to the public. And so how much is the understanding of these financial reports able to be understood by our ratepayer? So, I mean, I come from a business background, so I'm fortunate. We also have an elected council that hopefully is drawn from many, many different sectors of our community. Well, we hope it's as representative as it could be. And how many of those that are elected have got that financial capability to read the report? So I'm just questioning the understanding of the report and the target audience. And I think that's a question that we need to address initially.
It's a very good point, Councillor Gordon. And just to add to that is, in the new triennium, the reasons we're coming to ask for your feedback on the enhanced reporting is because we want to use that for EM's elected members' financial literacy training. So that's why this is a step along the way to make the report work to substantiate your governance responsibilities. And then over the course of the induction and further on in the new triennium, we will tailor financial literacy training to that particular report.
Yeah, and I think that's good, but that's only for the people around this table. The question is, what are we going to do about the rest of the population that we are reporting to through the committee structure?
Can I jump in and say something here? It's good introductory stuff, and I've just been discussing this with Bruce. Look, as we've been working up this workshop and being in the chairs workshop and discussing with James and discussing with Bruce, it's crystallising in my head a little bit what I think we should do, okay? And this is becoming slightly more than just improved financial reporting. It is more, how do we think about our finances, okay? So it's financial reporting is part of it, and I'm not trying to hijack, but I think that the starting point is, how do we think about finance? And I've been struggling to articulate this so far, but it's beginning to come a little bit clearer in my mind. Thanks to Bruce, we've just been drawing a chart, and we, in the chairs meeting, we were chucking this around as well. And I'm going to plagiarise straight off Bruce, and then he's going to jump in and help me. The starting point for this, we think, needs to be our financial strategy, okay? And as Bruce has said, largely to date, it's been window dressing. We do all this, and then we make our strategy fit. That can't be like that anymore. Our financial strategy has to be our starting point, has to be linked to our risk appetite and statement, and it has to be linked to our infrastructure strategy. If we're going to be a strategy-led organisation, that's the top layer. That's our entry point to all of this. Bruce has just been suggesting that one of the big improvements we need is a revenue budget over a long time frame, like a 10-year time frame. So our whole 10-year planning cycle revenue budget is a real key part of it. And basically, what we're trying to do here is acknowledge that we are now in this constrained environment that local government hasn't been in before. In the old days, local government was always in a rates requirement kind of mindset, where we wanted all these things. You agreed your levels of service, etc. You priced it. There was your rates requirement. Bang, that was your rates requirement. That no longer works because we're now in a constrained environment with rates affordability, so community affordability, and with balance sheet constraint in terms of debt headroom. And those constraints are going to stay for the foreseeable future. So it's a sort of a reversal of how we have traditionally done things in local government. And it's going to be financial strategy led. So that's kind of the big thinking. And for me, our whole sort of financial reporting suite needs to support that way of thinking. I'm going to stop there. Bruce, do you have any? I've plagiarised basically straight from Bruce.
Thank you, Helena. Yeah, look, I risk probably repeating what you said, and James, I think I tried to say this in the chairs meeting as well. Look, first of all, when I looked at the stuff that you present, I like its nature if it's high level. Roger, I like your question, and the reality of it is because of the way in which we have thought about finance, not just here in Waipa, but across the sector, it bamboozles the community. We don't give good information. And actually, we do ourselves a disservice because we don't actually characterise for them what the real issues are. And I think actually, if I can just put a small advert in for the risk committee of last week or this week, we actually had a really good discussion, didn't we? We were starting to really nail what were the key risks that face Waipa. And it always strikes me, and this is really what I was just throwing at Monty, isn't it? Yeah, Monty this morning was actually those aspects should be driving our financial planning. And once we've got that financial planning based around our financial strategy right, our reporting follows. And so in our meeting on Monday, when we considered the financial risk, we actually talked about what were the key indicators that we would want to look at to determine whether we are online or offline with our financial strategy, and do we need to do something. And I think that's what I would be developing. And it goes back to your point, Monty, and now that I've converted a disciple here to being strategy led, that's going to determine the nature of our reporting. Now, I probably would need a whiteboard to tell you what all that is, but I think I'd like to say, I think we should start as Waipa with our financial strategy and work from there. But that's, I think, our take. It'd be useful to hear what other people have got to say.
Clear.
Yeah, I'd be a brave woman to argue with Bruce or even with Monty. And I guess it's a really good starting point to have a 140-page document to guide us in what we're going to be doing today. But I'm really struggling with that because there might be high-level key points that we need to keep in front of us. But I'm really concerned that the reporting that we're actually wanting to work on today and make sure that it's going to be, I suppose, fit for purpose and deliver the outcomes that we want, whether it's for this group of elected members that I think are tasked with holding staff to account to make sure that we're on track with the budgets that we set for the current financial year and to be given, I suppose, that early heads up where the environment might have changed or there might be some challenges and things like that. But I do agree with having that forward vision to see the forecasting, whether or not we are on track for whether it's a 5-year or a 10-year future window, I guess. So I'm quite keen to have that. I just feel that bringing that sort of strategy into the room, it just makes it really, really complex. And I'd be in favour of actually looking or hearing specific improvements that the elected members here are wanting to see to help them in their role at least, and then maybe doing some work later and how it links to those strategy documents and making sure that we're having an integrated view on that. Yeah, so I feel that the reporting at the moment, it goes so far, but it hasn't addressed some of the key risks that have emerged over the last 2 or 3 years. I've raised those previously, particularly around the growth debt and things like that, and I think forecasting would help that. There are some other tweaks that I'd like to see as well, but I'm really keen to hear about from the rest of the elected members, particularly those that weren't in that chairs meeting. I think that's the whole idea of having this open discussion so that we can get a broad view of everyone around the table, before we sort of start refining things. Yeah, thanks.
James.
Yeah, I think just to answer Councillor Clare and Bruce's, those 3 things fit together. Those things fit together. So what Bruce is talking about, your financial planning strategy and then your detailed reports and making changes. So if I can give you a good example, on Monday at the audit and risk session about the risk appetite is one of the best discussions I've ever had around a council table. And Bruce asked the question, so what are the levers in our financial strategy to make that happen, right? Or what is the impact? So that's kind of like almost like your guiding principles, your frameworks. And then what you're talking about, Claire, is how you know that we're meeting that. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's, whereas what all councils do is they start at the bottom in terms of their planning and LTP and APs, and then you write the financial strategy last to make it fit. So I think what we're saying is a top-down approach, but the detailed reporting and the monitoring the risks, what you're talking about, Councillor Clare, very, very valid points and critical.
Mike, and then Claire then Steph has a question.
Sure, thank you through the mayor. Yeah, right. So there was a few of us in that chairs meeting. It was good, and so we'll see what comes out of it. But yeah, I totally agree around that. The financial strategy, and then the financial planning, and then it is the reporting against that. And look, picking up on Roger's point too, and others have made it around. And I know it's more work, but there almost needs to be, I think, 2 reports. And I mean, that's something I've seen in the past. And that management report that we sort of get, the deep, meaty stuff, but then some summary report that's plain English, that's actually understandable, minimal words, maximum graphs type setup. Some of the other key things in there, and we've, as a collective, we've been pulled up on this around our growth predictions, etc., which is around the DC income stuff, which is a reasonable proportion of our debt and our risk. And it's that not just, I guess, going forward of what's been reported or what's in, but what's expected to be in at what time. And I think we need that as a governance group going forward. Growth cells are developed. There must be a time frame where we expect these things. It'll obviously be a moving feast because of the market, but at least it gives us an indication, it gives the public an indication too, and it puts a bit of accountability on everyone from us to developers also. And the last one there is moving forward is around the LTP stuff. So we put a lot of obviously our expense into the LTP. In fact, really everything is. But if you're looking at the big projects, and again, it's tracking that against not whether a project happens or not, but where it is in that continuum of when it was supposed to happen. So and more of a breakdown of the money that it's made up of. So it's not just rates, say asset sales and other. It's far more of a breakdown of what asset sales. So we can attach things as a governance group, and the community can see too that actually these are the assets that are going to be targeted. If you want this is the cost of it. And the same with the extra funding. I'd like to see that in there also around extra funding around sponsorship or grants, whatever. More of a breakdown before this actually goes into an LTP as a sort of a wish and a hope. I think if we do that, much more reality of LTP, actually we deliver it.
Something straight onto that, Philip? Yep, away you go.
Yep, thank you. And just following on from what Mike said and even Bruce too, about having two reports and the second one being more simplified, a real breakdown. But Bruce also mentioned that about bamboozling the community out there, but it's, there could be a threat of doing that for some councillors or councillors as well. So you're simplifying something. I support what Mike was just saying there. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Philip.
Steph,
I just want to support the conversation. I think it's a great conversation off the back of that audit and risk conversation on Monday. And it's always flummoxed me in local government that we spend a lot of time and resource writing an LTP. There are a lot of strategies in there, a lot of interconnectivity, which is half the reason why we lose the public's interest in understanding, because they're so complicated, but they're required under law. But how do we take the thinking that comes through that LTP and continue to look at that, revise it through a triennium period, and start to stretch out our thinking of horizons instead of quarter by quarter or year by year? So I really enjoy this conversation, and I totally support that view, Bruce and Monty, that it starts with your financial strategy, and that sits here. And I'd really like the community to understand that that's something that you set as councillors, that financial strategy, advised by the group, advised by actually a number of people. And then the financial planning that goes alongside that, and then your financial reporting that's got to give effect to that. Bruce, it's something that you and I have talked about also, is an enhanced financial reporting at the appropriate time is to also check and test the assumptions that are driving our financial strategy. And perhaps because local government has sort of been in a very similar state since 1989, our context has changed. And I'm interested in your views on this, because we might have been able to set and forget almost in previous decades our financial strategy, and things would just move along at a pace that was understandable. And we know we're in a much more volatile, dynamic environment. So in your view, and having the breadth of understanding of councils and their reporting, what's your view about how frequently should we be bringing those assumptions and information in a macro context around those assumptions to council as part of our financial reporting to test our financial planning and strategy? And then how do we ensure that our reporting is also reflecting and shedding light on what the reality of our situation is against the assumptions? And I completely agree. Like I can hear what councillors are looking for, much greater forecasting. We've also got into local government into really a strong habit of all retrospective reporting. All what happened in the last 8 weeks or the last 3 months, we've really got to strengthen our forecasting. That means that's a strengthened analytics and macroeconomic thinking that comes with that. But how often or how regularly, and how would you advise in terms of testing assumptions and reporting against those?
Those are big questions, Steph. And my comments have a wee challenge for councillors. My view is councillors ask for too much detail. And I'm going to say a statement here, which given I'm not standing for any council, I will be provocative because I will be saying this to some councils in their induction. If you're standing on a line by line review of the budget, you're at the wrong end of the electoral scale. You do not efficiencyise your way out of the problems, or problem's the wrong word. You can't be efficient in dealing with the problems of Waipa. You can and you do need to be efficient, but it comes from looking at it at a strategic level, not at a line by line level. That's number one. Number two, financial management requires really good trust between governors and management. And that does come in the area of efficiency. Because if I'm driving a budget that is revenue-led, and that's what we were talking about, James, on Monday, because one of our biggest risks is rates affordability. And I could almost guarantee that when we look out 10 years, the rates number that your community can afford does not equal, will be substantially less than levels of service plus inflation. So the old approach won't fit your future. So there's got to be a lot of trust. And Steph, I'll be blunt, there's going to be a lot of pressure on you and your team to work out how you bridge that gap. But this is where the trust comes in. Steph, I trust you. You know, and that's the sort of thing that you've got to do. The focus of governance has to be, and this is why I come back to the financial strategy. And actually, we only need the big numbers. But you have raised a really important point. We have a focus in our financial reporting on the current year. Look, the current year is almost over. You know, what do we say with CapEx? You know, if you haven't got your CapEx planned now and almost the contract's written for the current 26 financial year, it won't happen. Now, you know, I'm exaggerating, but time and again, if you haven't got that project really nailed by Christmas, it ain't going to happen in the final 6 months. Other than probably your road reseals program, which you'll do in February anyway, but you've already got that jacked up. So actually the critical thing for governors is your point about forecasting. So I actually think while I will strongly believe as governors, we still need the P&L, the balance sheet and the cash flow statement, just good old standard financial data. The critical thing is, since we're a long way of coming back to your question, Steph, is indeed financial modelling looking out over the medium to long term, which means in light of our current performance, what does it mean for those assumptions? What does it mean if we are under or overachieving in our capital program? Because it has an impact. But you need to see what that impact is out over 10 years, or minimum of 5 probably, but it could be 10 years. So in fact, the reporting I would be looking for as a governor is certainly standard financial information. And I want to stress this again, at a high level. I am bored in finance meetings, Monty, if it's a line by line analysis, because that doesn't give rise to a hang of a lot. Other than the need to go deep dive in some of the areas, and I think, Mike, you might have been suggesting that, but you were actually interestingly suggesting that at the planning stage. And that's actually really the critical thing. So I actually think what I would be looking for, James, is just core financial information, but actually I need the reforecast. How often? Well, it depends how smart we are, and I'll put it in a you sense, how good are we in the finance function of reforecasting? There's no reason why you shouldn't have a live forecast, which means I'd argue ideally quarterly, 6 monthly is probably sufficient, but it's going to be backed up by the actual information and the data on the big numbers, DCs, whatever, which will tell you whether you're on track or not. Because if you're off track, it's big levers you've got to pull. It's not going to be the micro levers. Sure, it's a long answer, but I just had to come
thanks.
from there because actually it's something where I can answer the question.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. And a couple of things come to mind, and one is, so that requires us to have the business systems
That's right.
in place that we
Absolutely.
need. So it requires investment into the organisation to be able to produce this information, to run live reforecasting, to make sure that there's consistent systems across the organisation that link between the various groups to enable a whole of organisation view. So that's a really good indicator to us, and a good indicator to elected members when it comes to annual budgeting time, about the investment in the organisation, which often gets cut because it's seen as a nice to do or we can't afford it. But until we get these systems in place, we're not going to be able to present the information. Therefore, we're not going to understand our business. But to that same point, and it's resonating for all of us at the moment with the election, that the community is saying we want more transparency and we want to understand more. This is a large, complex business, and I make a joke of it that my grandfather was the deputy mayor in Tokoroa for 20 years, and they met on a Thursday night once a month, and apparently you couldn't see through the room for the cigarette smoke, and they probably talked about a swimming pool and some road resealing. But local government's so much more complex than those days, and we're a large business. So we need to prepare information that allows governors to do their job and be responsible governors of the organisation. But I completely agree that we need to think about how do we then communicate that to the public in a way that's digestible and understandable. And that's not necessarily a report to hear. It's an agreed way with you of then how we report the outcomes of that. Because the community has access to all of these meetings. They have access to all our information, but they're inaccessible because it's so dense and complicated and complex. And I'm not saying that because I'm not saying that community members can't understand that, but I think we need to improve the way that we communicate it once we've understood it as a business. So they're really good points that are coming out of today, and I really appreciate the conversation. So it seems to me that skills, systems, and as part of the improvement. Thanks, Bruce.
Marcus.
Yeah, I completely agree with your with your comments, Bruce, about the amount of data that we get. I'm finding that we're too bogged down with the information, and perhaps the two people around the table who can digest that. Sorry, three people, Mike. But it's just too much, and people are forgetting about the governance and looking at the big picture. It's not up to us to do line by line details of information because it's not our job. That's what we employ you guys to do, and we need to see the bigger picture. Or if we're going to look at the information, we need to be able to digest it in better ways, like better graphing and better tools to be able to use the information rather than gigantic amounts of numbers that Joe Bloggs just doesn't have the time or the skill to look at.
That's a fair observation. Roger and then Claire.
I'm going to differ slightly to Bruce, and that's because I think there's an overemphasis on governance in terms of a commercial organization, whereas I think that really local authorities tend to be a social enterprise. That the uniqueness about it is that our shareholders and our stakeholders are the ratepayers, but they're also our market, and that's where we deliver the majority of the services to. So it needs to have more of a focus away from just concern about the balance sheet. Now, I understand, and I agree with you, that it starts from the financial strategy and everything should trickle down from then. But then when it comes to being looked upon as a social enterprise, our job as a representative of those that elected us are as important as our job as a governor being concerned with the health of the organization. And I think that's where I'm coming in from saying that when we're reporting then it's that representative function of being able to look at that and ask the questions that actually the community is wanting us as their representative to ask. So I don't see that our role is just totally governance. I think we've got another role on top of that, and that role is in terms of looking at the accounts of the organisation. And I think we had an ideal example of where my concern came through, and that was on our reforecast after 8 months, was it? When for the first time we showed a deficit. And that was quite a surprise to us when that came through. And we had to ask the question, well, why is that deficit happening? And it was going more into an understanding of the line-by-line structure of the accounts. So I'm not 100% of the same view as Bruce, that we need always to look at it at a high level.
A lot to unpack there. Firstly, we're not a social enterprise. We're legislatively created local government run an entire sector. So there's.
I agree we're not a true social enterprise, but I think we're akin to a social enterprise.
It's probably going down a rabbit hole in that one, but I just want to be clear that we're not. Claire.
Yeah, thanks. I'm really wanting to bring the discussion back to specifics about what we want as outcomes from this workshop today, because we can talk in general terms and things like that. I'm really keen to get some reporting improvements done. So look, I don't have an issue with what's been said already, but I'd like to point out the reporting that we have at the moment with the graphs at the beginning are actually totally tied to our financial strategy. Okay, there are those graphs about debt affordability, balanced budget, all that. They're there because it's our financial strategy, and those regular reports show whether or not we're on track. All right. Then we get into the detailed reporting, okay, where we have the income and our expenditure. Now, those things, I would call them as indicators, all right? And it's the variances that you're looking for. This is what I look for. You know, I'm financially literate with a few qualifications around it and a lot of experience. So I don't look at the particular numbers, but I look at the variances, okay? And it says to me whether or not there might be an issue with the assumptions that we use to create the budget, all right? So I don't want to lose that detailed reporting. How deep you go into it, I don't know. But I'll just give you an example. About 3 years ago, I noticed that the receipts for DCs was significantly lower, like about 50% lower than the forecast for that particular report. Now, that is an indicator that DC activity is not as high as what was forecast, and that was a signal to me to ask a question of staff, what's going on there? This could be an issue for us, especially as we know it's an important component of our revenue, okay? So we need to have those kinds of details so we can see the change in those indicator lines. And in fact, most of those lines are indicators, whether it's rates, receipts, you know, that might indicate that people are having trouble paying and we might have more arrears, okay? Even subsidies and grants is an indicator, and we know that because NZTA have reduced the subsidies that they're paying us for our roading. So I'm not sure whether or not that we should, so I don't want to lose this reporting because I see those things as indicators, and it means we should be asking questions if they don't match the forecast, all right? Now, I hear what people are saying about they want simpler reporting. In a way, the graphs are the simpler reporting, but we still need that more detailed reporting because in a way, it's not really about holding people to account or wanting to know we have to know line by line. But it's saying it prompts a question. That's what we want, because that's how you manage a budget. Yeah.
James and
Can I
Steph,
comment on
Steph or
something
James?
on
No,
this-
no,
this
just hold on a
variance?
minute. James or Steph, either one of them.
I don't want to divert this too much in a right-hand turn, but just listening to this, we've got two camps here, right? We've got strategic versus operational. They can fit together. But I'm really quite curious about, what do you see my role?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm sitting here listening to this and I was like, I've got no chance, right, of making all this happen. So what is my role? What do you see my role as CFO of this organisation? It'd be real clear to understand that so I can make some decisions.
I see your role as you should be bringing us the information that we require. You're the one that does the lot, that at the end of the day does the line by line. Yeah, and present us information in a way that we can understand it, and good quality information with the right tools, so that if we want to query it, that we can query the stuff. But ultimately, it's you and you that should be, we should be trusting enough to do that job and to give us the stuff that we want, rather than it's not governance doing line by line stuff. It's not our role.
No, Philip before, and did you want to add something to Steph?
I was just going to James's point. So my question for you, Claire, is off the back of that. Why do you have to go line by line to pick that up? Because the reporting hasn't been in a good enough space to actually pick up what are the key things you would look for in the business that would indicate something is off track, and for you to get reporting that really indicates where those key triggers against your financial strategy and planning are. So you've had to go line by line because you're looking for things, because the reporting isn't in oh, that's a chocolate fish or a bottle of wine or something. So my question to you is, perhaps you've got into a habit, or you've had to look for things because the reporting isn't in the right place, and we haven't identified with you. What are those key indicators, to James's question today? What are the key indicators in the business that you're really looking for? We've all talked about DCs, right? We now know we need to do a much better job of that. But maybe you're in the detail because the reports aren't giving you what they've needed to get. Give.
I'd just like to respond to that. So when I'm talking about line by line, it's the one pager, the revenue and expenditure chart, okay? And there's notes given by NADA and other people that explain the variances. I'm just saying that I need to keep it because it's the way it shows whether or not, well, it gives me a picture of what's happening in the organisation. I mean, I'm surprised people think it's the wrong thing to ask for. I think this is standard financial reporting.
Claire, don't misinterpret. I'm not saying we shouldn't provide you with a revenue and expenditure report. And when you say I need line by line, you were, yeah, that's right. I wasn't clear about which one you were referring to. Of course, it's standard reporting.
Especially when I referred to the lines like rates, fees, development contributions and subsidies and grants, you know which page I was on? Yeah.
Can I support that? Because at the last financial meeting, we had that same report, and I actually asked for those variances that were over 100%, because it was the end of the year, and obviously those, and I haven't had that yet, but anyway, that was what I looked for, and that's coming from a business background. I mean, I ran a chain of 8 hotels. I used to get the reports, and that used to tell me where the challenges were in those individual organizations, is looking at the variances that came through that were well in excess of what the budget was. And I needed to know that.
Sorry,
James?
Councillor Gordon, I mean, I totally agree you need the reporting. I just want to know what you expect of me. What is it that I'm going to come in here in 6 months, 3 months, 9 months, 12 months, and you can say, James, you've got this wrong? I don't understand from this forum, what is it you require of me?
Monty.
That's a strategic conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I try
Monty.
and answer that?
Yeah.
Because I actually think we're not actually miles apart here, okay? Claire, I'm not advocating we get rid of the detail that we are currently presented. What the gap has probably been is, and this is what a good CFO should do, the understanding around the table has been relatively low of our financial trajectory and direction in the short, medium and long term. And for me, that's what a great CFO should do. You should be painting this picture that is understandable to everyone, financially literate or not, of the state of the current and future finances of Waipa. So look, we're more or less on the same page. I'm not suggesting less detail. I probably just want more context, and probably the biggest lack in the reports for me is that we probably haven't had that kind of CFO overview. And I've seen some really great CFOs. They'll just paint a picture that just go, oh yeah, okay, I completely understand. That's what we're after. And various governors can go to greater or lesser level of detail under that, but it should all support the CFO picture, right? And fair enough, I've got no problems with people challenging the CFO picture, going, well, you're telling me this, but I'm kind of not seeing that because of this. And that's totally appropriate debate we should have. But for me, this variance report, I've always hated it because it's a bunch of random explanations with no kind of overall narrative of what does this mean for our financial trajectory. And that's what I want a great CFO to do. So James, does that kind of answer your question for what I want from you?
It's telling the story, right? Rather than looking at a snapshot, looking at a single still of a frame, you want actually a video going forward of what it could look like, and being artful and being able to explain it succinctly, and that will then in turn enable our communities to understand what lays before us or could lay before us as well. Claire and then Philip.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, James, that I love the reporting and the context that you give us when you come to our finance and corporate meetings. Yeah, in fact, I would struggle to find anything to change. I agree with the extra context, and as I've mentioned, the forecasting to give us a bit of a forward picture as well. I guess I've supported this kaupapa to try and get improved reporting because of the experience that we had where we kind of felt when we hit that debt ceiling, we didn't even know that it was coming. And so we're relying on the CFO really to understand what reporting that we've got, in a sort of a standard practice that's been established over time, but that because things might be changing, that there might be some additional things that we should be getting. And you're the only one that knows that actually, James. Yeah, and so because I think before the debt situation was probably operating well within those parameters, and it took exceptional circumstances to get us, to that ceiling, but that it wasn't realised in time, I guess. So I'm looking for that sort of forewarning, that heads up, and I guess it's tied to our risk strategy too, because I think that the points that Bruce has made about, we're a strategically organisation and we've got these strategies there, that they kind of set out the landscape for, how we're going to navigate these risks and things like that. So if there are risks that are crystallising or I suppose growing or whatever that have emerged since we did our budgets in our last, those are the things that I'm wanting to get an indication of, or even have a bit of a discussion about it and understand what the implications might be. How do we want to approach that, or should we be changing one of the other strands, in our activities to meet it? That kind of thing.
Mike, and then Philip.
Just a couple of things that that Claire sort of made me think to ask is that Kirsty sent out an email on Monday to us all, with a one-on-one debrief on the LTP, and which I don't think was done 3 years ago, was it? Was it last term? I can't remember. Anyway, it's a great idea, and I'm just, there'll be some real learnings coming from that as well. But, with being so close to the election, when is that going to be sort of workshop, those learnings, which could tie into some of these conversations as well, about councillor input sessions and things like that on this. So, yeah.
I think we're really time bound, Philip, to your point.
Yeah, I know.
And so that's why we are getting that information through before the end of the training, and we will certainly take that on board and work that through with the councillors in the next training, because we're immediately into another LTP amendment for waters. So that's why we're making sure we don't lose that and give that opportunity to you to give your feedback.
So, James, oh, sorry, Mike, and then James. I just mindful of the time and progress of this.
Sure. Yeah. Hey, thank you for that. Just coming back to some of the points raised around this detailed financial report, which, hey, I actually do find useful, but it's about continuous improvement stuff. And so you've asked, hey, what can we do as a financial officer to help us? And if we take an example like here, number 3 on page 14, it's got, so there's a narrative against the financials. And this one says, for instance, development and reserve contributions are $2.5 million lower than forecast due to deferred payments and revised timing of development. So it tells us the why, but for me, it's the next step. It's so the impact is also the expectation of this being rectified is. So to me, it's a tweak. It's not a lot more. It's not harder to understand. So that would be something I think would be useful. Also, what you could do, and I know it's been talked about, but is around the professional development understanding. If you want us to be better, but this is not just for councillors. My question would be, would this be needed within the organisation? I haven't got the answer to that, but around this table, I think confidently, I can say we need to be upskilled. So we can actually understand the reports. So they are important to us. I do support the 2 levels of reporting, but I don't support the dumbing down of. I support the increasing our knowledge and understanding and being able to ask good, effective questions of staff so they can give good answers back to us. And that sort of helps us. It helps the community. It actually builds the capacity of the organisation. So it's not a looking for fault thing. It's a hey, build this thing together and get some good understanding. And then I've already talked about really the future, the big rocks, the big rock risk stuff. And again, a lot of our reports has been alluded to, retrospective. But the moving forward bit, I think we've got agreements on. Some of those big rocks are moving forward. What are they, whether they're 5 years, Bruce, or 10 years, or 3 years, the first 3 years, the LTP, or whatever. But it's where are we at? Where's the trajectory? Where are the risks? What do we need to focus on more? Because we can all help each other do that. So look, I'm pretty excited about this review, and as hopefully the whole community is too, to be fair, because what we're trying to do is build it better.
James.
Yeah, maybe I'll just quickly, this is kind of digress a little bit. Maybe I'll tell you what my view of what my role of CFO of this organisation is. Would you like to hear that? Okay, cool. So here's my North Star. Here's what I come to work every day to try and do, right? So my job is to be your strategic partners. Those 2 words imply a level of trust both ways. Absolutely critical. My real job here is to chart and navigate very troubled waters and very uncertain waters around the financial health and sustainability of this organisation. And in doing that, that has your backs. The third piece of that is I have to put in mechanisms and relationships with councillors so that you know I'm doing my job. One of those particular mechanisms is reporting. So that's what I come to work every day to do. So I just want to put that out there just so you can marry up what your view of what my job is, because the more Yolanda and I and the team and Tony and that are pulled this way, the less time we're navigating in that uncertain space. So I'll stop there on that. Yeah.
Bruce.
James? I absolutely agree with that. That is superb. And just remind you, one of the things we talked about at the risk committee though, was indeed, and that's a very heavy load. And I like your point, you've got their backs, you do the strategy. But it comes back to the point that the decision-making, the control the risk appetite of this council around what that strategy is lies within this council. So Mike, it goes back to your point. Do you actually understand how to set a strategy? Because you can monitor the numbers all you like, but if you don't know where you're going or why you're going in a certain direction, we'll be in a problem. So it's actually working with, to add to it, it's working. I mean, I think this is where we're getting to, James. It's adding to that, which is actually the support that is needed by governance to you is to be very crystal clear what our financial strategy is. It's a really key point, but it's in support of you so that you can keep us within the guardrails.
And we've got that window coming up with the new AP, amended LTP, another LTP. So there's no shortage of work, councillors. There's no shortage of chance of opportunities to partner together, is there? Because Bruce is right. If we can get that right and get those levers right, then everything comes down underneath. And that's the way that we've committed to between Kirsty's team, George's team, our team, Wayne's team, on how we want to help you run the LTP, start there and then start building down the delivery so that you've got the framework to make decisions, good decisions.
Some really thought-provoking kind of notions there, right? I like and a little bit probably novel from the path that we've come from. And to Steph's point earlier around where local government has been historically and probably in that not too long past here at Waipa as well. Really like the notion of strategic partnership and the need for it to be underpinned by trust and confidence. And obviously that's really critical. It's a two-way thing. It's totally agree with that. So I'm kind of curious to find out if we've got some input from people who haven't had an opportunity at either the chair level or today to pass comment, just really cognizant of the time and making sure we get a balance of voices heard around the table. Does anybody wish to share their thinking if they haven't already? No? Oh, Dale Marie.
Kia ora tātou. I trust yous. I trust yous, and as everyone knows, as the person who's only been here 2 years and is desperately trying to keep representation for the communities I represent, I'm sort of way back here, but have also said that, yes, I will lift my financial literacy of understanding, but that doesn't mean I don't go away and talk to people who have been in this organisation before, whether they're retired or just in other places, to understand the variances that we have in the reports. I think we do have a lack of trust at times. And of course, politicking is creeping into this chamber on the best of days. So tēnā tātou.
Kia ora, Dale Marie. Any other comments? Oh, Bruce, you look like you want to say something.
I will say something with when Bruce brought up rates affordability as our biggest risk, and being a rural councillor, I think that in my many years here, there's an air out there now, and it's only come to light recently that there's a bit of aggro from the farmers, especially paying tens of thousands of dollars of rates. One was even going to drive 15 tractors down the main street of Te Amuta recently. I thought, well, something's happening. So that's just a warning that there's something brewing out in the rural area.
Philip.
Yeah, just briefly on touching on what Dale Marie just said. I think we all we all trust our staff. They are an amazing group of people and talented, but we've got to ask the questions and not just take everything for gospel and face value. We've got to ask the questions, and I've got a saying that I learned from BBC: ask the questions and question the answers, and not just take it for gospel, because perception is out there in the community is that we just say yes to everything that's put in front of us. So that's the perception.
Right. Back to you then, James. I'm just mindful we need to move.
How much time have we got left now, Susan?
Just 10 minutes or so.
10 minutes,
15 minutes each. Yeah, 15
So
minutes,
if
20
we
minutes.
quickly whiz through what staff are recommending for improvements, and then we'll just quickly cover off what the chairs did, and because quite a bit of the chairs' feedback's already captured in today.
Yeah.
But we're hearing pretty loud and clear, more strategic, but at the same time, keep the detailed reporting in terms of the mechanisms and more forward focused, right? More forward focused, targeted our risks, right? That's come through loud and clear, and we're all in full agreement, to be honest. It's where we want to go.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Yep.
So just quickly whiz through, this was what was sent out, recommended improvements. So this was something of particular interest to councillors because obviously this is around the debt headroom. So we will monitor, so the left-hand column there, that's what where we would said we would be at the end of 25-26, our 1 year LTP target for our spare capacity. It's a little bit confusing, this diagram, just because of the nature of water tables, but there's a number of events that we're tracking during the year. As you can see, our closing headroom position looks higher, but this will go in the F&C reporting going forward, so it can provide visibility and we don't get any surprises on this because we recognise previously this is a significant issue.
Can I just check that the headroom is set at 330%?
3.5.
But the thing is, even though it's 3.5,
Yeah.
where I understand LGFA don't want us to go over 330.
Yeah, that's correct. So,
so
we
I
have a
think we
planning
should-
headroom,
Yeah.
which is what LGFA have asked us to stay at. So for the plan, but the execution, our headroom is 3.5. So that's set at 3.5. So the reason LGFA asked us to do that is to have a buffer for exactly that reason. Clear is that if we planned everything to the 3.5 and we went over, there's nothing spare.
Yeah, but it's just that sometimes we have unexpected things happen. So
Totally.
I thought it was more prudent to have it set at 330. That's all. I just wanted to test it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 3.5 is our LGFA full covenant for the year. The 3.3 was what we planned at, and for the reason of having some contingency in there. But it's a very good point, and as you'll see, we have more than that available now. Yep. So that will be going live from September, October meeting. Yeah. So it won't be this one; it'll be the next one.
Can I just make a point, James? What I'm hearing from Claire is that perhaps we make it very clear in our reporting that that's how we're managing it. So it's visible, particularly to the community. That's what I'm hearing from Claire is let's just make that visible.
Yep.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
Thanks, James.
No problem at all. This is on the left-hand side. This is what you've been talking about, the CapEx by each growth cell. So this is CapEx forecasting actuals and the lights by each growth cell. So, well, now what's missing from this is something on the right, which is a walk between around the revenue, how we're going against what we said we do, the number of houses, things like that, because we don't have it systemised. But this is something that as a group, Tony, Yolanda, myself, Jean and EL have a project group together. And as you remember from the organisational strengthening budget, there's some funding so that we can look at doing something like Hamilton City Light, so that we can scenario model report this, because we recognise that this has the biggest impact in our outer years of our LTP, particularly the collection cycle.
Mike.
So,
No, to Mike.
So this is a question to either Tony or yourself, James. So with that there, would we be working with the developers around anticipated timeframes of when these growth cells are suspected to be filled, so we've got something to go against?
For the live consents, yes. And that's typically what this LTP's been about for the first 3 years is what is your live consents? That's what's tracking as revenue. So essentially it is allowing some indication as to what you're expecting over that first 3 year period. And as we look to the outer LTPs, what is the consequence of that and what is the reforecasting of those outer years in your new LTPs as they cycle through?
Yeah, so that's great. So just getting back to us, if we're heading more towards maybe a longitudinal, maybe 5 year forecasting, because a lot of these growth cells will take multiple years to fill up. Is that something we could go back and, I mean, it's not going to be an exact science because the developers are going to be obviously hopeful, but hopefully realistic, and it'll get back to that relationship thing.
Developers are traditionally hopeful. It's the whole purpose of them
It's their job
gaining revenue.
description.
The complexity goes around the different variances in your growth cells. Some are hundreds of landowners, some are 2. So you can have more certainty, and I think that will feed into some of the later discussion points we've got here around feasibility and how we track certainty over a length of period of time.
Thanks for that, Tony.
Claire and then Roger.
Yes. Oh,
No,
oh,
Claire
me
and then
first?
Roger.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, thanks. I'm really happy to see this. It's something that I've been asking for. Also, the growth debt, it should be differentiated what is responsible of the developers for repaying and ratepayers, because I think that's been something missing from our reporting. And then the biggest point I want to make is around, we've got a policy about growth paying for growth. So I'm hoping that the extension of this reporting will identify either that is happening or is not happening, and then what we can do about it. Yeah. And that's what I'm hoping that second stage will be able to, show us.
Thanks.
Yeah, because I'm really concerned. I hear statements, growth isn't paying for growth. We need some good reporting to understand what's happening, and then that will allow us to then respond to it appropriately. Thank you.
Sorry, this is just
Roger.
clarification. Did I hear you say that there would be another couple of columns on that? Did you say there are a couple missing that will be expanded by, and it was to do with the number of queues or household units? And what perspective of that would it be? The ones that are completed under that growth cell current, or capacity, or what would be the reference to the hues in that chart?
I think you've got to work with the data set and systems you have in place at the moment. So if you're looking at adding additional columns in the initial interim, you're really only looking at what is your projected revenue expected based on existing consents in there, because that's your main source of data. It's quite difficult to pull it out, and we'll go back to the problem statement a little bit later, but that would probably be a lot of manual handling of data to get that information, but it can be delivered. Yeah. So it would be years 1 to 3 of revenue, and how that captures is that revenue is assigned against HEUs. So when you're doing a DC assessment, it's against an HEU, against each component of infrastructure. So the amount of HEUs, you can track that against that, but again, it's a very manual, and then pulling apart that same information again and again. So that leads back to the problem statement that we'll eventually cover.
That column will be
Correct. Yeah, and it won't match your forecasting in terms of your capital expenditure, given your duration of how long you're tracking these revenue cycles over.
Sure what that looks like, because we're not sure what the delivery model yet is with Waikato Water's done well. But what's the SLA reporting back to us as a council to report to you that our ratepayers, that what the CCO have said they will do, they are doing? Because obviously that's important, because it's still our ratepayers, right? So that will need to be developed as later on in the piece. And then final thing was dashboards relating to capital expenditure and various activities, which Jean will just quickly run through now. Just some more reporting. You've seen it around Cambridge connections, around some more detail in the reporting, around specific big projects to council, because our current capital reporting is not really sufficient for that. But this is a systems issue as well that we'll be doing some work on in the next 6 months. So we'll just keep this very brief. And this is what this potentially look like.
Good morning, all. So these are 2 best practice examples from larger councils, and when these were shown to me, I went, aha, I have had these before when I worked for Watercare. So what you see on there on both sides as a high level means of demonstrating where things are happening, how they're happening at a strategic level. And typically two modes of delving into more detail around capital works is either at program level or key projects of interest. And so I was quite excited about just one minute, quite excited about the conversation this morning because my team and I are at the pointy end of collecting information. And where we found ourselves is that we're always reporting backwards instead of reporting forwards. And with what's been discussed here is if we can tilt that to a forward view, we can make the adjustments. We can't make them retrospectively on reports that are old. No, beyond that. Thanks very much.
Does everyone mind if I just quickly click on to developer contribution reporting? Because that's obviously our very big risk item. So Tony will just quickly talk through how we're going to tackle this and improve it, particularly in that for those out years.
Yeah, so see what you see in front of you here is essentially the problem statement that's trying to encapsulate a lot of what today's discussion's been around, and a lot around what the impact it has on council staff to deliver that. So a lot of what we're talking around, and one of the key words around there is an integrated system that links this. So a lot of those questions around the reporting and around what does an effect have on something, it's a very manual process for staff to give those answers. So that's where a lot of time and resourcing is going to get the input, but not a lot of time is going to the analytics side of it to give you that concise answer as to what is the ripple effect of this decision making, whether it be one of the many factors that's at play that creates the revenue streams, it creates the DCs and creates your whole delivery program essentially, and lets you make your effective decisions. So that this problem statement here is to try and encapsulate what staff's interpretation is of those questions of reporting, and to best give you the answers in a succinct manner and to make it live and dynamic. So instead of doing a whole bunch of manual reporting or manual inputs to data that are in isolation from one another. And that's what we've seen. And that's why James coordinated the likes of Wayne and I, Yolanda, and John and Evelisa as well, just to get around the table to try and pull together what our biggest issues are and put it into a simple paragraph for you to understand. Yeah.
The key thing I thought I was naturally loud enough, clearly not. The key thing here is we have to work across council because on the supply, delivery, the financial side, right? So that's what this is trying to do. It's this way. It's not a silo thing. So that's the shift in how we have to report on capital and development contribution going forward. And we're all up for the challenge. We're looking forward to it. It's obviously not a today thing. It's a big job.
Yeah, look, I'm really delighted with how succinctly you've managed to, get to the nub of the problem there. And I guess people who are uninitiated or not aware of local government and how it works probably would be somewhat surprised that there was that siloed thinking, but this is a cultural ingrained way of working that the sector has had, and I don't believe it's only our sector. I think it's probably present in a lot of organisations. So look, I'm really pleased that we've taken the brave step to address it, be honest about it, and try and find an integrated way of approaching these challenges going forward. So any other questions or observations people might want to make about these recommendations that the team have come up with?
A comment from me.
Wayne.
I'd just like to support the comments that have been made, particularly from James. This is a work program that's right across the executive. It is a priority for the executive. It is not a silo mentality. It is part of a number of departments that need to take ownership of this, and James has pointed that out. And this is the result of the executive coming together and thinking about this collectively for the organisation, because we all take responsibility for finance and financial prudence. We are a complex business, is what's already been mentioned by Steph. We have a lot of growth going on. We have a number of growth cells, but we've got to keep an eye for the future. And I really like the forecasting approach and rechecking with our assumptions and rechecking back to our risks and our risk appetite. So all of those, and I think it's a step change. It's a reset in terms of how we're approaching our growth and development and getting those analytics right and working with best practice. All those comments that have been made, that's where we need to be, and that should be our future direction. So we, maintain our financial prudence in this area.
Good stuff. Did you want to talk to us quickly, Tony? Maybe just, this is what we're looking at.
Yeah, I'll keep this relatively high level, but essentially this is the situation of what reporting inputs we need to do, which are currently done now in a very manual way, and how we input all of these different factors. By changing one thing to give you the consequence and output is an extraordinarily difficult task to do. And it eventually sits with making some high-level comments, but not really giving you that live tool feedback that can be dynamic in what changes you can make. So, and some of this factors here, like that, this is a diagram that's been added to, but this is the basis of what HCC has pulled their AFC tool, which is how they manage their DCs. So that's a proprietary device that could be utilised or could be investigated by us through this process. But essentially, it bakes in your main factors that give you your outputs that council staff can use to ensure growth is paying for growth. That's essentially what we're after. The inputs, they're all great. They're all pretty succinct and pretty commonly known. Some of them will change over time due to external factors, and being able to comment on those factors changing and showing you what input was changed as to why, and tying it all to one system is great, and providing a ability to run it through and give you the outcome and how it may look different is what we're trying to achieve. So the algorithm can bake in the things like time and interest as well. So that's where those outputs and revenue projections bake in the interest of all the other factors that we know are attributing to the cost of growth. So that's what we're trying to build here. And it also helps with negotiations with developers through development agreements to say, well, they need to add a new project in, and we put it in here, and that's your new cost of what this growth cell will be. Let's agree that process. So it allows council to dynamically negotiate. It allows us to dynamically report and comment on the reporting in an analytical way. So that's literally the sort of where I see the nub of the consequence of understanding the ripples of those main factors that impact your DC income. So that's happy to take questions on this, or if you think something's missing.
Claire and then Roger.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Yeah, I really like the look of that and really pleased you're doing the work. And it is, my concern is growth paying for growth. Definitely, that is the key concern. And so I'm looking at those revenue projections, and I'm asking whether or not it can also then offset any expenses likely to arise from new developments that are recently, I suppose, populated, like depreciation and operating costs for maybe reserves and things like that. That could be added on. I think you get the revenue, and then it should be a reasonably straightforward calculation to work out what might those expenses, those things that would take away, and that, because I think that needs to be taken into account when you're thinking about growth paying for growth.
It certainly is in the fact of the business case writing. So you do have consequential OPEX built into your business case writing from the get-go. So it is something that is an input that is at that initial stage. It's just, where does that disseminate out to is solely finance at the moment. There's no, again, it doesn't integrate with what we're talking about here. It can certainly be something that plugs into another system that is going to be integrated. But at the moment, we're talking about spreadsheets that you input into, but don't give you an output that isn't a spreadsheet output. So we need the right tool to give that sort of plug and play, and working with, the best that we can to give those outcomes. It can get quite complex with other subdivisions when you start bringing in depreciation and ensuring that you're calculating it, and especially more with the pragmatism of saying that a contract is complete and what subdivisions it's enabled, there's a lot of lag in time with the information that helps you assess that. So there will always be a consequential lag where there may be a misstep in that reporting that will need to be flagged.
I think that's totally understandable. What I was thinking about were those subdivisions that are funded and financed by individuals, not council, but they eventually get into our system, and some of those assets might have considerable values that then might impact that depreciation formula too.
Yeah, I won't speak on behalf of finance on this too much, but I know that as part of the LTP process, that is factored into the renewals and depreciation. So there is and it always comes up through audit due to have we overinflated our vested asset projections versus have we underinflated? And a big issue around that is that lag that I talk around, where you do have an asset that comes in, its install date is this, but the backlog of our asset information officers being able to input in our systems correctly, that's a real nub of that. And it's also another process issue, which is kind of separate from the DC elements to it. But if it can speak to that in the future, that's great. But I think that we're talking about a journey here and we're trying to find those first steps. Yep.
Hey, Tony, just is there anywhere in New Zealand where growth is fully paying for growth? I mean, have we got any examples of that nationally?
I think if I have to speak on behalf of the industry, it is captured. It's certainly captured from an interest perspective, because what you're trying to do is not over collect, and no one's over collecting, but you see across the country, DCs are significantly increasing to try and cater for this. It ring fences itself, yes, and ensuring that it is capturing it. And the biggest issue you have is the legislation we have in play at the moment. It enables developers to take advantage of it, where council has constantly got one hand behind its back. So the example of that is through the LTP, you have to consult on your DC rates. If they increase, you get what's called gold rushing. It's a common DC term, and they will come in with a cheaper rate. They'll apply for a subdivision at a cheaper rate, and it's only at the time of application, not of approval of that application, does that rate stick. So you can come in with not the best quality application, but it's enough to get you through without it being returned. And then you can sit on the books and land bank. And there's no consequence of that land bank, because you can sit on that application for 5 years prior to getting it certified. And, it's just an opportunity that the landowner can take at the time. We do bake that in with further reviews of the annual plans and further reviews of the LTP to best legislatively handle that, but it is a consequence. An example where we are showing that we are tracking that way would be the Cambridge North Growth Cell, where you have the DC previously assumed to be 43,000 and then a reduction to 36,000. And the basis of that reduction is that you have collected on projects already, given the assumed uptake of growth was less. So there are obviously swings and roundabouts, and as these costs start to grow in a more inflated market, it can't really determine whether or not the feasibility is the same as what it once was. But essentially we are getting there, yeah.
I think, Katie, did you want to add something to that? Find a microphone.
Just really briefly, I just sort of let you know this was actually one of the questions that the Infrastructure Commission looked at in all of the major centres up and down the country. And so they looked at Hamilton City rather than Waipa. And in the report, the specific question was, does growth pay for growth? The answer for the Infrastructure Commission was only in the South Island where the rate of growth is, and Wellington where the rate of growth is slower. Actually, in Hamilton City, Tauranga City and Auckland, it is going nowhere near the paying for growth overall. And so it's not to, it's to provide the context here. They then looked at a number of reasons why that might be the case, and they didn't come up with a really hard reason, but they could see that it was actually mostly about the pace of growth with our operating context makes it almost impossible for us to do so. And so in the report, it states that that growth is actually only paying for 37% of Hamilton's growth. I can't remember the figures for Tauranga and Auckland,
but you know, you can probably assume that we'll be in a similar-ish position because the scale of growth is very similar to that of our neighbour.
Thanks, Katie.
If I can comment just a little bit on that to give some context, it's different from strategic from HCC. They offer DC relief into the CBD, so DCs aren't paid within internal to the to that area. That the sole reason is because they want to encourage the growth in those areas. So they at a strategic governance level, they've made that decision to ensure that growth isn't paying for growth. Another example is that they've capped DCs in certain growth cells as well. So that has a burden on that element, and that is a direct burden to the ratepayer.
Thank you. Thanks, Tony. I think that's really helpful. I think the point also is that the narrative is out there that growth pays for growth, but it doesn't. It's a national issue. It's not a Waipa District Council issue. And we haven't been given the tools and legislative freedom to be able to fix the things that would help us, as Tony's ably said. So we've got some tools, but not the suite of tools. So I think that's a really important thing to state, that it's not a failure of Waipa District. We need to improve our reporting and all of the things we've talked about today, but it's a structural issue, particularly in the North Island.
Through you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say, I agree, it's not a Waipa issue, but actually this is the first time we've had a conversation in this direction, which I'm really excited about. And as you said, it's a journey, but at least we realise that it is an issue and we can work on it. So that's great.
Yeah, really interesting conversation. Mike, then Roger.
Yeah, it is an interesting conversation and it is fairly new. The tag's been growth pays for growth me through, and eventually I'm starting to win now. But hey, my only comment there is it is very complex. I can see it is massively resource heavy to actually delve into this and get it anywhere near accurate. And I only look forward to, I guess, AI, which is here, is surely going to help with this in one way, shape or form over the coming sooner rather than later.
I think the entertaining thing is if you look at the way we currently do this, you look at the number of inputs and what it's used for, the algorithm, they should just have a Tony in Eva's brain there. That's the current algorithm because it's done in Excel spreadsheets, right? So just to put that in context of where we are and where we need to go to. But I did have a chuckle when I saw that slide.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Roger,
Look,
just closing thoughts, I think,
No,
running into our time.
I'd just like to endorse the move towards the development of an algorithm. I mean, the technique of algorithm is used in a lot of particular, especially when you've got so many different inputs that have a relativity or an interrelativity between them. So, you know, you're pulling one lever, it actually makes a difference in 5 or 6 other levers. But the fact that there are other local authorities and city authorities around the country that are actually having this exactly the same problem, surely there must be some collective work to developing the algorithmic solution that's going to be available.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to another core point of what this should be linking to is the formation of a CCO as well. So the Three Waters entity will also be acting to collect water and wastewater revenue. So there's that element to it. It's not that it hasn't been identified by central government as well. So if you look at some of the package and pillar work that's been done in the RMA reform, one of the pillars is pillar 2 around infrastructure funding and financing, and that's why they're going for a full reform space and development contributions being made development levies. And a lot of that will come through with prescriptions on how you form these. So when we're working through this algorithm, it will be in constant communication with the right people at DIA to ensure that we're doing this the right way that's legislatively prescribed and not doing it in isolation. We'll be doing it amongst our other counterparts that work on this and across regions. And Tier 1 councils will likely be the first guinea pigs to that development levy situation. So we are in communication with the likes of HCC on that, and the Development Contribution Working Board, Executive Board, has got a large makeup of Tier 1 councils as well. That will also be trying to provide those problems to DIA so you can get an informed solution that is consistent across each council and then future CCO, hopefully.
Great. Back to you, James.
I know we've run quite significantly over time, so can I skip the chair's feedback session? Because everything that was captured today is also captured in there, other than to say we just prioritise some things based on effort and the likes. And it's all stuff you talked about today. It's about keeping the detail, but making it a bit more clarity around it. It's about the financial strategy leading the conversation, more commentary around exceptions, forward-looking forecasting and things like that. So it has been captured. So unless there's any questions, I'd like to thank everyone for their time commitment. Really good conversation on the back of audit and risk on Monday. And I feel like we're talking about the right things personally.
Yeah, awesome. No, totally agree with that, James, and thank you for the team for being so open-minded and willing to hear from us around what we think may improve our function as governors both now and into the future. So look, how about we have an abbreviated morning tea of 10 minutes and be back at 5 past?
Yeah. Can we have that final slideshow distributed? Okay, thanks.
Right. Morning, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your indulgence, enabling us to have a little quick cup of tea before we crack into our next session of workshops and briefings today. So our next one is a council and committee meeting governance strengthening project review. Gosh, it's a long title, isn't it? So before we go any further, I guess I just want to acknowledge that Roger has provided us with his comments, both digitally and by paper. We have those there, and no doubt those views will be expressed by him in the course of this workshop. Obviously, as it's a workshop and not a meeting, the tabling process is not available to you in that, but I do acknowledge that those are there. Also want to acknowledge online we have Steve McDowell. Nice to see you, Steve. I saw you there. And Bruce Robertson is also going to remain for this one also. So look, without any further ado, I will hand over to Kirsty and George. The floor is yours.
Kia ora, Miss Susan. So I'll just get my clicker going, get myself organised. I've put water all over it. Okay. So how we would like to approach this is I'll just go through the purpose of the workshop and hand over to Steph to give some opening words from her perspective, and then ask Steve just to do some introductory words around the importance of good governance and what it looks like, just reflecting back on those previous discussions that we had at the start of this project. We'll then work through the slides, and what I would ask is that you just hold questions to the end, and we'll have a fulsome discussion at the end of the slide pack, if that's cool. Yeah? All right, so the purpose of the workshop is to go through the review findings of the project, and we'll go back, we will revisit why we made those changes. Elected members requested that we did a review in June 2025. However, due to the workloads for both elected members and staff through the Local Waters Done Well and the LTP, we weren't able to do it within that time frame. So we now have gone through this process and we'll be discussing it with you today. So the changes were put in place in February. So this review looks at the period February to August, and you'll see in the paper there's a lot more detail, but basically we've collected elected member feedback, staff feedback, and we've done a reanalysis of the metrics against baseline. So what I will do is I will just hand over to Steve. Is that cool? Just to say a few opening words.
Thanks, George. Thanks for that. Just some context for this, really. So I started in September last year. Well, maybe end of August, I think it was, wasn't it?
August 26th.
Oh, thank you, David. Yep, August 26th. Here we go. In October, we had just because I was new, we got in here in the workshop got in here with you as the councillors, and we did a bit of a review of sort of what's going well and what's not going well, and what would you like more of and less of. And actually to review the cadence of meetings and the governance approach was actually one of the outcomes of that workshop with you back in October. So that, in addition to the representation review, which also happened in October, and it probably didn't lead to the result that some people aspired to, there was also an agreement to rethink council and perhaps the way some of the things that we were doing things. So that was also a directive from you as elected members. So we went away, did some fast footwork at the end of last year, and the team did this on top of the LTP and waters pressures at the time. I remember George looking at me thinking I was crazy that we could do this on top of. Anyway, she's got huge ability and capacity for work, has George and the team. So we fired ahead and got Vern Walsh and Steve involved, who are experienced governors, practitioners and advisors across the country, and implemented this. I just want to acknowledge, because I know Philip will hold me to account, that we said we would review it in June, and because of the pressures of the LTP and Waters Work Programme, and the same people doing similar work in the organisation, we haven't got to review it till August, which actually, in a way, I think is quite good, because it's given us a 6-month period rather than 4 months to review. So here we are, and what I was just wanting to highlight really was that what we're trying to do across the organisation is embed a culture of continuous improvement. We had David Hallett in here 2 weeks ago talking about Company X, And he talked a lot about learning from failure, fast failure, moving forward, learning, carrying on, that you don't learn so much from success, you actually learn more from sort of the things that don't go so well, but actually having the culture of being curious, of being resilient, and being an adaptive organisation that continuously grows. And I've certainly got the feeling from elected members here that you're up for that, and that you expect me to build a culture in the organisation amongst my teams of staff to be like that. So I want us to really just reflect on those aspects of continuous improvement that apply. So progress through incremental change. You do something, you review it, you carry on doing what's well, and you let go of what's not going well, or trim the sail if you're a sailor. To practice ongoing review and apply the learnings, which we are aiming to do in this. And that things that don't go so well, there's always valuable insights from things that don't go well. To maintain curiosity, so that is about asking questions, being non-judgmental, thinking about different ways of doing things. So curiosity is a great aspect of a growth mindset, and that's what we want in our organisation. And embed the lessons so that improvements are sustainable. And we've certainly learned, through some of these things, that some things are working and some aren't, but embedding those lessons so improvements are sustainable. So we're in September. It's nearly 12 months since we had the workshop with you in here in October last year. So it'll be great today to stop and have a reflection on this and have good discussion amongst you about what we've learnt through this and what we want to keep and what we might want to adjust and trim our sails on. So I know Steve is online. And Steve, if you're there, I might just come to you now and just see if there's any reflections or introductions that you would like to contribute before George carries on.
Sure. Thanks, and good morning, everyone. Firstly, an apology from Vern. He was unable to attend in person today. He's actually travelling at the moment. Just to say that over the last couple of months, we've been, travelling around the country with a number of councils, undertaking with them end-of-term reviews. And one of the key themes that has emerged with those end-of-term reviews is some quite focused discussion on committee structures, timing, and what elected members want to be spending their meeting and governance time on. Are they having the right debates on the right issues? And that's I think is a good thing to consider as we run into the last month of the triennium. And as all of you sitting around the table will know, the 3 years has disappeared really quickly. So now's a good time to reflect on governance practices and processes, what's worked well, what needs a rethink. And just to highlight some of the key cornerstones of good governance, first, setting, monitoring and evaluating the effectiveness of strategy, setting policy, performance expectations for management, resource allocation, which is a key theme of the long-term plan and annual planning, and characterising and managing risk. What's the risk and what's of something going wrong? Where are the opportunities to make a difference for your community? Part of that process is taking a view of what is the big picture, what are you dealing with, getting to know key stakeholders, working obviously with management, deciding what needs to be measured. There is so much information in local government that can be measured, but understanding what you as governors want to be clear about measurement to enable you to evaluate effectiveness and monitor performance. And there is quite a difference between each of those elements, effectiveness of policy and the like, and monitoring performance. Organising your time and energy around the issues that really matter and focusing meetings on what really matters. And we use a little one-liner around governance about looking high, looking long. And so as this term works its way to a close in October, one thing that we will be working with a lot of new councils come mid-October is, what is the 3-year plan for the next triennium? What do you want to achieve in that? What is a short 3-year time span? And really importantly, how to organise your structures and getting best use out of you and your your organisation so you can be making good decisions on the things that really matter to you and your community. So that's just some thoughts from us as we've worked our way through governance over the last 3 years. Happy to expand on any of the points that I've just made.
Thanks, Steve. No, that was really good, a good reflection for us back and sort of in terms of why we embarked on this project in the first place. So we'll look to you, Steve, to, contribute throughout, would be really valuable. Thanks. So what we'll do, we will just reflect back on why we made the changes. I think Steph touched on this quite effectively before. Very high work demands for both elected members and staff. Very much unprecedented times that we were going through, and that is really set to continue. That there's no sort of cessation of that on the horizon. The other reason why we made them was when we actually had a good look at what was going through committees, we did find that there were a lot of information-only reports and a lot of historical information that had actually already been provided, perhaps through media releases or other avenues of communication. So the two objectives we were given were reduced frequency of committee meetings to relieve the workloads, but still make sure we provide really effective mechanisms for robust decision-making. And as Steph talked about, was around this continual improvement. So we wanted to take a continuous improvement approach to the changes, knowing that we weren't going to get them all right off the bat, but this is a journey to go through and make sure that we're continually looking at how effective and efficient we are. So what was changed? So through that process of workshopping and discussion with yourselves, the following sort of key changes were put in place from February onwards. So the core committee meetings were scheduled every 2 months. And when we looked and talked to staff about agenda items, we could see that they didn't need to be on a monthly cadence. A 2-monthly cadence in most instances was still going to be effective. And through that, we reduced the number of information-only reports, which I just said were quite retrospective and backwards looking in many instances. And then what we did was we introduced on the radar. So recognise that there are still information that you may want to know and be aware of that wouldn't necessarily go through committees, but we wanted to look at providing another avenue of information. And we did that under the essence that would also continuously improve over time in terms of what elected members requested to know, I guess. And also it will come to the recommendations at the end. Could this also be another avenue for our community down track to glean more information as well? We put new delegations in place. We recognise that in some urgent circumstances around contracts and road closures, that we may need to make those decisions between committee meetings. So we put that in place. And we also changed the meeting day to align better with what our organisational rhythm was at the time. So they were the key changes. And what I think is really important here is that we do just touch on that context again. I did talk about the fact that we are in, times of high workloads and constant change. So we need to be as effective and efficient as possible. And this is just some stats up here in terms of what was actually happening with LTP and Waters. And you can see that there were a lot of workshops, a lot of briefings, a lot of meetings. And in staff's view, we actually don't believe that we could have delivered those pieces of work with the current, with the historical cadence. That gave us enough time and breathing space to be able to concentrate on the important strategic matters that you needed to make decisions on. And just coming back, look, we believe that workload and pace is set to continue over the short to medium term. So feedback. So we committed to reviewing this. Look, we recognise we haven't got everything right first off the bat, but but that's the guise under, with which we are working, and we want to embed that continuous improvement culture. So through the staff elected member and looking at those metrics, believe that really on balance, we have made a positive impact from the reduced cadence of meetings for both staff and elected members. We have asked staff about time savings, and there have been time savings across the organisation where they have been able to divert their time into these significant work programs that we've got tabled at the moment. We appreciate there was feedback through that you do have a desire for greater access to operational activity information, and we recognise that. And we'll come to perhaps how we can help support that in the next slide. Themes around touch points between elected members and management. And I think, potentially during the time of real busyness, that did get deprioritised a little bit, and we recognise that as well. Staff response times to elected member questions need to be more timely. So there's feedback around the 2-weekly cycle of On the Radar sometimes wasn't fast enough in terms of getting responses to questions. When you look at the metrics, I thought it was interesting in that agendas and workshops actually aren't significantly longer than what they were, which I think is interesting in the fact that we haven't been beefing up the days to be really, really hard to get everything into one day. So I think that's a good outcome. And interestingly enough, the urgent delegations were not exercised over February to August. Recognise it's a relatively short window of time, so it may maybe over time we might have seen those, but I think that speaks to the cadence was able to deliver what was required for the organisation and for governance decision making. So coming through to the recommendations, which are outlined in more detail in the paper. So just ensuring that the elected member only time and executive EM time is prioritised, and making sure that that does occur regularly, so that we can have those regular touch points. Inclusion of more operational information on the radar. So we're looking at this now, wanting to put it in place for the new traineum. And that could potentially look at what some of those key metrics are that you've been asking for example, building consents over time. Some of their operational activity, we're looking at putting it in a way that is easy to digest and interact with. And there's that opportunity too, that On the Radar could be a really good community tool and provide information to our media partners as well. So we're looking at how could we use On the Radar through into the community arena as well. We've recognised faster response times to questions are needed, so we'll look to make sure that what is coming through is responded to in a faster time frame. And we're also just going to take a look at some wider reporting. What we have found is that this was done quite quickly, but we need to look at an organisational wide level as well. There are some reporting going through other forums and governance forums that we just need to make sure that we're following a consistent practice. And then what we are also recommending, if I can get the doodacky to work. No, it's died. Zoe, could you please move forward? Thank you. So we're recommending in the new traineum, that council do consider these findings and discuss them as you are putting your committee structure together. That you do consider the meeting day. There has been feedback that we probably do need to have another look at that. And that's also in relation to, we recognise that community board meetings have also been held on the same day as council and committee. So that's something for governors to consider in the new traineum. They might want to consider the application of the new delegations and if they're actually required or not. And the other thing to re-emphasise that as we went through this process, we talked a lot about putting forward work programs together for each committee and really giving a strategic view to the committee, over the 12 to 24 months. And that's a really important part of making sure that what is being discussed at council and committees is important and is what matters to you. So again, that's something for the new training to be committed to. So that's it in a whirlwind. And what I'd like to do is just open it up for questions and discussion.
Yeah, thanks, George. Great whistle-stop tour of the findings. Obviously, a piece of work that I was pretty delighted to support and get underway. Right, questions, Philip.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I suppose a few things really. I mean, change is healthy. I totally support change, and Steph sort of made a mention that I might bring something up about it getting reviewed in June, which is what was agreed. And I appreciate this is a workshop. We're not agreeing on anything or anything today. But is it premature to be having a workshop now when there's going to be new councillors sitting around, new people sitting around here? Should this workshop be then, not now?
Sorry, Phil, can I just, Philip, just respond to that one initially, and then we'll take your next ones. I mean, I guess we're responding to a request by governance to complete the review, and so that is what we have done. I guess in the recommendations, we are saying to new council to take these findings and discuss them again in terms of particularly around structure, etc., going forward in the new training. So I would expect there to be another workshop and discussion.
Yeah, but it's great that governance have asked to do this review, but it was agreed that this review should have been done in June. And I appreciate there's been LTPs and things. We've been going on a lot, and we totally support it about staff welfare and workload. But tonight, for an example, there's a community board meeting, and there's 1 or 2 or 3 staff that are sitting around this room today that will be going till 8 o'clock tonight, and things like that. So, yeah.
Kirsty or Steph? Paper, scissors, rock, which one?
Philip, I'm interested in your point. So what's behind those comments? What do you actually say for us to understand? Because you asked for the review, we've done the review. I appreciate the cadence is still at play. So what are you actually looking for?
Well, I just want to make my points, and it was agreed upon when we went through a voting situation. The minutes will say that this was going to be done in June, that we were going to bring it back to the table for us to discuss in June, and here we are in September. It's not what was agreed, and I just think it's a premature. I know it's a workshop, because you're only a month away now, and there'll be new people sitting around here for sure, 100%. So yeah, it's just a few things I wanted to bring up, and then staff welfare and things. We talked about getting back to, this is something that we discussed too back when we decided on this, about changing it to Tuesday or Wednesdays to allow more time to get the answers back that are requested from elected members. But there's still 7 days in a week, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what day whether it was a Tuesday or Wednesday. It's still 7 days in a week. That's not changing anything like that.
I think that we all agree there's 7 days in a week, but I think there's a big machine in behind being able to bring things to the council. So it does matter what day it is, because that machinery's got to be able to do its job. But I take your point.
But
and I hear your
elected
messages.
members, as elected members, we've got to be really mindful about how much how deep the questions are to staff, and how complex and how deep they are, or how regular or often they are as well. So we've got to be very conscious of that too. So yeah.
Thanks, Philip. Kirsty, did you want to add to that?
Just to respond to the commitment that was made to undertake the review in June, things we planned an LTP and to have that adopted by the 30th of June. And obviously the audit process was extended quite significantly, so that delayed delivery of the LTP. And a number of elected members were away. We endeavoured to have no meeting in July, and unfortunately we had to schedule meetings into July, but a number of elected members were away. It was critical that elected members had the opportunity to provide feedback. So we take it on the chin that we've been delayed in completing this process, but there were some quite legitimate reasons for that delay. With regard to timing and making information available to elected members with meetings and workshops held on Wednesdays, particularly for workshops, we endeavour to get information to you on the Friday to give you the weekend and then some weekdays to review that information. And notwithstanding statutory timeframes for the publishing and issuing of agendas, where we can, we endeavour to get those out ahead of time, and there have been instances where that has happened. But again, with the meetings on Wednesdays, that means agendas issue on a Friday at the latest, but often, it's a Thursday. So just wanted to provide that clarification also.
Little things. I mean, first of all, the community board, I think Te Awamutu had their meetings, they originally had their meetings on Tuesdays and then there was council meetings on Tuesdays, so they moved it to Wednesdays, and then this got, and then the other, oh, sorry.
Yeah. Thanks, Philip. Bruce.
Susan, I'll keep it brief. George, I think it's so important in the next triennium that, and a first-time community board member, it's going to hit us on this next Wednesday. We've got the finance and a service delivery followed by, I'm sympathetic for the elected members because I'm one of them. I feel horribly sorry for staff. The experiences that we might have 4 or 5 staff at a community board meeting, we've already done just about 9 hours by the time the days go. So I think that something needs to be changed there.
I just remembered a little thing. And changing it to Wednesday, I mean, it's not really serving our community. Is it serving our community properly? Because Wednesdays is the cutoff for the newspaper, which has to be another week later before that gets distributed. So.
Yeah, it's an interesting point that's been raised and was raised actually this morning. I was talking to people at the Cambridge Chamber of Commerce, and they gave me very positive feedback with the fact that we've made decisions prioritising organisational efficiency over print deadlines for external media. And noted very much so that the exponential growth in digital media, particularly that Good Local is enjoying, and rightly so, and that perhaps that is evidence of the evolution and move away from over-reliance on print into digital. And I'm not saying that print is totally dead. I'm never going to say that because it's a critical way of communicating, but certainly their involvement in the digital world has grown exponentially, as have other media outlets in the last sort of number of years. But I think it's incumbent upon us to make decisions primarily about our efficiency in our organisation. And I think we've made it pretty clear that we acknowledge we dropped the ball in engaging with them over those decisions prior to. But I'm fairly steadfast in my views that I think we've got to prioritise our people, the work we do within this organisation, above all else, to get the outcomes that our community needs and wants and deserves. Mike.
Thanks through the Mayor. Here, just got a few comments to make. Right, the first is, I guess, around the data. So the first bit of data is, it was given out to 12 of us and only 10 of us sort of responded. So that's the first thing that I think we have to own. I guess the next thing is looking at some of the data, some of these average scores and stuff. The highest one being 67, the lowest one being 40, that this report's obviously public. yeah, between 40 and 67 doesn't really convince me that there isn't room for improvement, I guess, which is fine. So, but some of the things here are really around the why we're doing this. You know, do the changes enable you to better focus on the issues that are agreed to be important ones for council, and only half of us said that. And do the changes enable you to make more strategic, focused, and effective conversations to support decisions? And just over 40%, you know, supported that. And is in your environment providing you with improved information and governance decisions, leading to enable you to have more effective conversations with your constituents? And only 4 of the 10 of us said yes to, or 40% anyway. So, yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed on this. And in terms of it's been running for 6 months. There's 9 weeks of savings in terms of staff time, which is, what's that? Around 7.5 days, I think I worked out 7.5 days of staff, 7.5 days of saving. Was it per week? I could be wrong. 6 months, so 9 weeks of savings anyway of staff time over six months. So it's not massive in terms of the staff that would feed into this. I'm looking at this as a percentage, thinking, well, hey, yes, there's a cost there, but if the data doesn't super convince me that it's money well saved, which it doesn't. And look, I'll touch on the June thing. I guess one was asked for June, and I understand the reason why. There's no issue with that. But the reason with June is so then we could reset at a subsequent meeting, not come to a workshop and make no decisions. There really is no time to do that effectively. So the new state would be there for the new council to then change. At the moment, we're not changing anything. We might make recommendations or whatever to the incoming council. So I think, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, a missed opportunity there. In terms of the meeting day, yeah, I mean, there was some good rationale of why we wanted to change that. But also by a lot of these meetings now going to every 2 months, I can't see why agendas can't come out, say, on a Thursday or a Wednesday for that matter, if the meetings shift back, say, to a Tuesday. It's not every month, it's every 2 months that these subcommittee meetings are taking place, and some of them obviously way less frequent than that. So look, I think that's sort of definitely workable around. In the community board thing, I pick up on that regardless, as of right, one of the meetings needs to change for obvious reasons. I guess the only flip side there is, then you can, if they're subsequent, you can have staff out they're out for a night, but off the back of spending sometimes hours and hours here, and then to get in a car and flip over to Cambridge or stay here, it's a pretty big ask on staff, but also on the councillors that sit on that. So again, it's about, is that best for good governance decisions? And I'd suggest it's probably not. So that's all I've got for now. Thank you. But thanks for the report, because it did come back. Didn't come back in June, but it has come back, and it's got some good information. I guess my overarching thing is the data from us doesn't convince me that there's not still a whole bunch of room for improvement.
George, you want to answer those, address some of those comments?
Yeah, and we acknowledge that, Councillor Pettit, absolutely. We've made some steps, but we need to stop and reflect and take others as well. Just in terms of the staff time, I just wanted to make a comment around that. Very indicative, I'd have to say. From an organisational perspective, to be fair, any time we can creep back within a very lean organisation, I value half an hour. And I think the other thing that I touched on before was this was done quite quickly. And I think as an organisation and staff, we need to look at our wider reporting framework in terms of what is going to other governance bodies. We haven't taken the same approach as yet. And I think that will have significant gains when we do look a little bit more holistically.
George, can I just ask you to explain what you mean by that? Or by way of suggestion, you're saying, so we're still preparing the same reports for community boards that we have been. So the staff are duplicating in some ways. Or could you just explain what you mean by that comment in real terms? Thank you.
Yeah, so one example is we are still producing the same reports for JMA meetings. So that's something. So a lot of the information that was previously put together by staff is still being put together for that forum. And so that is something that we need to consider and look at.
To maximise that efficiency.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, look, can I just respond to that? But yeah, and thanks for that. I mean, one of the things sort of in here, which I think is really missing, is some of those quarterly reports that I know they were labour intensive, but to me, reading through the narrative, the analysis, and the data, I think they've been missed. You know, I really do think they've been missed. I mean, what Wayne in particular and his team produced. In hindsight, when you lose something, sometimes you realise how valuable it is or was. So for me personally, I know it is more work, but the value is immense, and it sort of opens us up to real clarity of what we have delivered. I know it's retrospective, but that's a different conversation. So yeah, that's something in particular I'd like to probably suggest that we put on the table to come back.
Yeah, and absolutely recognise that as a discussion to have. I guess in the interim, what we're saying is that we also recognise and hear you in terms of the value that some of that information gave you, and we will be looking to provide that through on the radar.
I'm not sure who was first. Which one, Claire or Roger? Who had your hand up first? Claire, then Roger.
Yeah, thanks. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to workshop this. And I would like to say that there have been some positives, like for me, I have really appreciated streamlining the amount of reading that we do have. So I've got a lot of my weekends back, which I used to spend reading, which has been really good. I also like the design of On the Radar, but it's the content actually, or the depth of content that I have the issue with. And I'd also like to point out most respectfully that there was also supposed to be feedback from the chief executive and hopefully the mayor too on, you know, whether it's in the loop or other avenues on what you guys are doing, because I know you have lots of meetings and, you know, many issues that you are dealing with, but we actually get nothing now. Yeah, and that I feel that's a huge gap because all of us elected members benefit from the outreach that you guys are doing and the new thinking and issues in that are coming up. And really we don't get anything now. So then going on to the improvements that I'd like to see, I just totally endorse what Mike has said, that really gutted that not 100% of elected members responded to this. Okay, like this is your chance. And yes, we've got some analysis, but it's not complete. It's flawed because we didn't have everyone feeding back on it. So yeah, I'm not happy with that. You guys need to up your game on that. Okay.
I did. I completed
Yeah.
it.
Well, I thought it was 9 out of 12. So 3 people that didn't. Yeah. So I'm the chair of service delivery. I'm finding that those meetings are quite short now, and and Mike is my deputy chair. We have missed those activity reports. He said he'd like them back. Both of us made an approach to EL that we thought in some form or other, it doesn't have to be the entire old format, but definitely we'd appreciate a lot more information on that, in the activity space. It was noted in your analysis that there's been a lot more PGG meetings and briefings, and I've been part of a lot of those PGGs. I'm happy to be there actually, really like being in the thick of it, but it does take away from full EM input. And so if that's been a consequence of lengthening out I suppose the cadence of the meetings, I'm not sure if it's a good thing in terms of quality governance or that sort of universal view. And I think we need to look really closely at that. PGGs do have their place, definitely, but we've also got to make sure that we're making use of all the elected members. Now, with On the Radar, yeah, so it just has far less information than what I anticipated compared to those information reports that we used to have. It's also been a serious loss of transparency for our public because they used to be able to get those agenda items online and find those activity reports and that, and they can't do that at all. And it's been difficult for them to access the On the Radar reports themselves. So I didn't realise that would be a consequence when we embarked on this change. And if that had been, I suppose, made more clear, I think we would have been asking for something to change on that much sooner than this. Also, it's hard as a governor for me to access stuff retrospectively. If it's been on the radar, I can't remember what date it was, I think it's in our diligent pack, in the portal, but it can be hard to find. It's easier if it was part of an agenda. I think I just kind of find it more predictable where I might find it if I'm searching back. And also something else to do with it On the Radar, we talked about having an interactive feature so that elected members might actually be able to collaborate on some of the things that are posted there. I like the intention to give faster feedback, because 2 weeks is a long time. I think that you looked at being able to have interactive features, but it wasn't possible. I don't know, but I just think online collaborations in some ways is something that EMs should be able to do really easily, and we should be enabling that. With the content of On the Radar, I did get the feeling that it was kind of where EMs were only being told stuff that staff felt we should know and maybe weren't giving the whole picture. And really, it was only when we got a complaint and followed that up, suddenly there was something on the radar about it, like that says to me there wasn't that free flow of information that usually comes through our agenda items, and those activity reports, which I am concerned about. And again, that goes into that transparency issue as well. Now, it is a consideration that there have been staff time savings. That's really good to hear. I worked out, Mike, it's 34% of time savings over that 6-month period, if it's the 9 weeks. But something for us who are very concerned about rates affordability is, will those staff time savings translate into lower costs for our operations? And could that be achieved? Obviously it won't be achieved in this financial year, but it is something that I need to put on the table. And then there's the Forward Work program. Now, you mentioned that there's the intention for committees to have a Forward Work program. This is something that I've been asking for right from the beginning of this triennium as a committee chair, but I need to have the Forward Work program from staff, from the organisation, to help me work out what would be an appropriate Forward Work program for the Service Delivery Committee. So I would appreciate if the organisation would work on a Forward Work program that then can be meted out to the various committees that EMs feel, right, that's going to match what the staff are going to be doing. And lastly, the meeting day review. It's been good to hear the pros and cons of it. And I'm not willing to say which way I'd go on it. I hope there'd be a bit more analysis, discussion, talking to the stakeholders about it. I'm pleased that the Chamber of Commerce has been able to give a bit of feedback on it. So, I mean, it's an important decision, and I would like to have a bit more in-depth work done on it before we decide what to do. Thank you. So overall, there's been definitely positives, but also, some concerns.
Just for point of clarification there, Claire, it wasn't a formal view of the Chamber of Commerce. It was members I was talking to at a Chamber of Commerce event. George, would you like to respond to some of those matters?
Thank you very much for your feedback, Councillor St Pierre. Really, really appreciate it. I did just want to make a couple of statements. The PGGs that we're referring to in that paper were largely related to the LTP and a little bit of waters. Those PGGs were held literally on a weekly basis throughout the latter months of the development of the LTP. So what's being referenced here is largely related to that. In terms of staff time, look, and will that result in operational savings? This is about staff being very much over capacity in some areas already, and it's about allowing staff to focus on those big work programs and strategic initiatives that we've got going at the moment. We don't, it's very difficult with the capacity that we have to deliver them. And so that's where that will be diverted. It will not result in operational savings. Hear you around the activity reports, interaction in terms of on the radar, absolute capability there, but I think it needs to be a wider discussion. Sometime you have a discussion around what the implications of that may be. And then just the work program, I did just want to make a statement. Absolutely, it would be a collaborative effort between the organisation and the chairs of the relevant committees to generate that. Understand you could not do that in isolation.
Can I just add to the work program conversation there? When I first became mayor, it's what I asked for as well, and it didn't materialise, just noting that. And in terms of your references around interactive capacity, you may recall I also trialled earlier in the Trainium our Teams chat, and it no sooner was up that it was legoimid. So, we're trying to find ways of upping our game and being more collaborative, but unfortunately, we get sort of stymied at every turn. So, look, I'm really appreciating everybody's feedback on this one. Roger.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for acknowledging this document. I'm not going to read it through because obviously we don't have time. But it is a view that I wish to express. And rather than read through, I'd just like to highlight a couple of the points that are in there that actually have been mentioned by others. I think the first thing is the movement of the quarterly reports. I'm known as a numbers person, and actually reading those reports, I really enjoyed, and it gave me a really good background behind some of the issues that we had. But I thought that the real value in those reports is that they were in a public session of council. So not only were they informing us, they were available for our stakeholders, for our public, and they gained that information as well. Now, the value of those and actually having the group manager there on an interactive basis with us, and I can remember on many occasions, there were actually topics raised in discussion that became an open discussion on council for matters that weren't actually in those reports, but actually the opportunity to discuss it was there. And I feel that we've lost that. The move of taking the content of those reports and putting them into on the radar, my real challenge with that is that the on the radar is a selective distribution media, that it is, my understanding is that it's purely for elected members and for senior executives of council. It is not available to the public, and therefore we've lost that public transparency of the data and the detail, and importantly, the discussion and the questions that we ask of that. I concur with, I think, that the 2-week basis and turnaround is actually too long, because what has happened, and there's really only a few of us that use the question and answer basis on that. But we can ask a question in on the radar when it gets released. It goes in, and then we don't get the answer until 2 weeks afterwards. And in some cases, that's too long. But the other thing is, it doesn't create an interactive discussion around whatever is in that. So I would really look to seeing the information being brought back into the public arena. The other matter, I said I'd only raise two, and the other matter is that of the move from Tuesday to Wednesday. And there was, I don't think there was any prior discussion with elected members. And certainly, not only did it cause the community board meeting issue, but there are several of us have got community organisation responsibilities outside of council, and that actually conflicted with ours. And in fact, I've not, as a treasurer of an organisation, I've not been able to attend that organisation's meetings because that conflicted with me. I think the other thing about moving the date, and again, I'm going to comment on behalf of one of those constituency parts that's important to me, and that's the seniors in our community. And in fact, the important role that the media reporting played in communicating council reports in a Tuesday deadline paper. Now, a lot of those people, and I've talked about it within Grey Power, a lot of those people don't have social media. They don't have apps on their phones. And so they rely on our media, our newspapers, to actually give them the information. And in fact, it's been quite noticeable since we moved our date to a Wednesday, and having missed that 3 o'clock deadline of the paper, that the content of that paper on council-related subjects has actually fallen quite remarkably. Now, I understand your comment, Susan, that we shouldn't consider external organisations and them in terms of looking at our efficiencies and our governance. But I think we do have to consider our stakeholders out there, which is our constituency, and the role that the media plays in giving them the information which they otherwise would not have access to. So that, I think, is something that has, at this stage, not been raised, but I think it's important. As a final comment, endorsing both Mike's and Claire's views, I acknowledge the fact that in here, the recommendation is that this should go to the new council early on for consideration. And I totally endorse that. I think it's wrong of us. Many of us may not be back round this table in the next session, and therefore it's wrong for us, I think, to make that decision, and it should be left. But it should come up for discussion early in their piece, even possibly in the induction time. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Steve, you've got your hand up. I've been waiting very patiently.
Oh, look, thank you, Your Worship, and councillors. Look, I just wanted to make a couple of observations, if I can be so bold. With the work we've been doing in the last 3 months with a number of councils on end of term reviews, governance related formation, conduct of meetings and the like, has come up with a number of issues, and some of them are themes that have emerged from a number of the speakers. The first point I want to make is around the availability of online meeting videos, and the number of people and communities who are post-meeting watching highlights of various items that they're particularly interested in. And it raises the concurrent issue of the availability of online media, traditional media that we're used to seeing. Look, we know a lot of provincial papers and even papers in metropolitan areas have closed, and a number of those have happened recently. So that raises the question of how can council stay connected to its communities when that avenue of the media is no longer available. And I think that's a challenge. You know, it's hard enough to get the community to vote at the elections, let alone for them to want to be actively informed or understand what council's up to. So it's a big challenge in local government land. You know, recognising that in some studies that we've seen, you know, up to half of your community actually don't really aren't interested in what you do because they are so focused on putting food on the table and shelter for their families that there's a huge amount of social license that councils operate, and it's good to hear members talking in respect to that transparency and doing the right thing in the right way, even when your community may not be showing that they necessarily care. In terms of you know, Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays meetings, there are both pros and negatives for having meetings earlier in the week and later in the week. You've highlighted one of the negatives being the closing time for your media in terms of deadlines. What is important though is that elected members have clarity around what time you need to have with the papers and the agendas that are coming to your meetings. It's virtually a no-brainer that you have to have at least a weekend. Anecdotally, the feedback we get is that a lot of councillors do their reading on a Sunday evening, Sunday afternoon, and they'll be firing off emails Sunday night back into the organisation with questions from those papers. So, you know, if meetings are on a Monday, it makes it impossible to react to those questions, and that can cause problems at meetings. So that conversation about meeting timing is really important. I just wanted again to reflect on some of the key questions. First question is, as elected members, and particularly for your new council, and as some of you have said is handing over, first question I think needs to be asked: why do you need to meet? And it's a really good question. It has a strong link to delegations. What are you prepared to give away to either committees, subcommittees, community boards, or management? The things that you are enabled to either consider yourselves or to delegate. What do you want to be focused on at your meetings? And I'm picking up the comments around the work program. We think a work program is an essential part of any governance program. It helps you manage workload. It helps identify where there will be peaks and troughs, where you will need to manage your time individually. It raises the question of how much time do you actually need to be spending together? Recognising as elected members, you are accountable full-time for all the work that the organisation undertakes, but you are only present part-time. You're not there, you know, 8, 9, 10 hours a day, every day of the week. So what does that remote control look like, that you're handing over responsibilities that you as a council hold, but you are then entrusting some other body, whether it's a committee or a community board or some other person, whether it's staff, to actually undertake on your behalf. Second last point I want to make is, and it picks up on a couple of the councillors' comments, is what information do you really need to do your job, as opposed to what are the nice to haves, and even the information you get that is of little or no use. So being really clear on that question, what do you really need to do your job? The last point I want to make is some feedback we've been getting recently, and it's happened a lot out of the Local Waters Done Well and LTPs, but the intimidation for elected members of big reports and big agendas. You get a 300-page agenda on a Friday. You're expected to really understand and fully be across everything in that agenda by Tuesday, Wednesday, the next week. The reality is, and given what happens in your lives, whether it's work, family, not-for-profit commitments that many of you have, is you are unable to read massive amounts of paper. And you know, that word of streamlined agendas was made before. So being thoughtful about how big your papers need to be, what information you need, I think is going to be, and it should be, the cornerstone of the new council getting itself up and running after the election. So thank you, Your Worship, for that opportunity. I'm sorry if I was a little bit long-winded, but just some observations I thought might be useful.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. It's really insightful and really good to know, actually, that up and down the country, people are having similar conversations about using time more efficiently, focusing on the right stuff, asking themselves what is the right stuff, all very relevant for our conversation, obviously, today and over the last few months. Yeah, Claire, just mindful of the time, and we have an external for the next
Steve,
item.
I just wanted to grab something that you mentioned. You said about those intimidating big reports, and there's a move to downsize them. Are you aware of any council that's doing that? For instance, in the Institute of Directors, I've heard where 300 pages is summarised, you know, on a double-sided piece of A4 paper, you know, and it still gets the message across. Like, do you know if people are being that drastic?
I don't think people are being that drastic, but what we are seeing is good practice templates being thought about. And you're dead right. The first 2 pages of a report are what a lot of elected members tell us they focus on. There are some key bits. What is the report title? So you are clear when you're reading the index what you're going to be dealing with. You know, where the title is land for purchase versus an address or a description of what the land is for can be quite helpful. Second is a purpose statement in the top of the page. What is the purpose of this report? In other words, what do we want you as elected members to do with it? The third is an executive summary that in 3 or 4 paragraphs tells you what the issue is, what the key options were, and what is the recommended outcome. The recommendation being standalone. Those are the bits that a lot of elected members tell us that's all the bandwidth they have to read. So if those bits are really well written, a bit like an aid memoir, then the rest of the report, there is a lot of compliance and it does need to be there. There are some statutory things you have to have: options, assessment of options, impact on Māori for decisions in relation to land or water, views of communities, blah, blah. And that's all important stuff. But breaking the report into 3 sections, the first bit being that sort of executive summary, the second bit is all your compliance, the third bit is appendices. I can tell you as a reporting officer over the years, I've developed many scars from being told off by elected members that I haven't given enough information or I've given too much. So it is a dilemma, but be that as it may, if officers can get that first bit of the report up front really well written, then I think that can focus the elected members on the key issues without having to necessarily spend a lot of time looking for information in page 321 of the agenda.
So it's the Goldilocks report. You're meaning you're wanting the perfect report.
Yeah,
Thank you, Steve. That's very valuable.
for everyone.
Yeah. And striking that balance is a challenge, right? Excellent. Hey, any other questions before we move on, or suggestions or comments or opinions people want to share? Just mindful that we've got an external for the next item. We've pretty exhausted the issue, I think, and we're all mindful that this is actually going to be raised next training with the incoming council. So no further comments. Thank you, team. Thank you so much for your work. Appreciating, again, it was done under pressure and in short measure. So thank you very much. Some really interesting insights shared there. And thank you, Steve. Thanks for beaming in and sharing your gems of wisdom with us. Take care.
Thank you.
Right, on to our next item, which is Resident Perception Survey Annual Report. And we have Alina Mead with us. I think that staff are just going to bring Alina in. So George, this is your paper also. Welcome, Elena. Nice to have you with us. Wonderful to have our researcher in the room to guide us through this paper and make some comments about the report. So I shall hand over to you, George. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Susan, and welcome, Elena. So Elena is the Senior Research Executive at Key Research, so she'll be able to give us some really good insights and answer questions, yeah. I just wanted to, a couple of very brief slides to start off with before Elena goes through and presents for us. Just that by way of introduction, this is our 9th year of this survey, so it's starting to provide us with some really good longitudinal trends around community perceptions. It's one avenue of feedback, and I know we're talking at the moment around, bolstering this up in terms of post-transactional reporting, etc. So we can get a holistic view of feedback. It's representative sample from across the district, and Elena will be able to give you the ins and outs of that. It's 4 waves so that we don't get that seasonal bias. And Elena will touch on some initial benchmarking that has been received, but we're expecting the full report later in the month. But just before we do get into the detail, I think just taking a step back and looking at the context again is really important. Post-COVID, there was a significant decline in community perceptions, and Elena will go through that in a little bit more detail. And trust is at low levels for governance, for government and authority, I guess, probably nationally and potentially even globally. So that's really a key thing to keep in mind as well. There's global fragility. There's lots of uncertainty, I guess, out there in the community. And that also, has an impact in terms of how people interact with us and what their perceptions are. The financial environment remains really challenging for both families and business. And you as governors have had to make some difficult trade-off decisions during the development of the LTP. We've got a steady stream of reform announcements coming through, and we've got the decision to transfer to Enter Waikato Waters Limited. So I just wanted to rattle through that list because I think it provides some really good context about the complexity and the fast changing pace of the environment at the moment for our community and for us as an organisation. And I guess my overall statement before Elena gets into it is that actually in that environment, results have remained relatively stable. And I think that's particularly positive when you're looking at that list. So I'll just hand over to Elena and she'll talk us through the results, and feel free to ask questions as we go along.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present. So as George has mentioned, that has been quite a few years we've been doing this survey. And just give you a quick overview. So the way we do it is via the electoral roll, because that's a very independent kind of source to get enough people who are both ratepayers and non-ratepayers. We do a completely random selection. We only base our selection of where people live, their physical address, the wards. We can identify their age groups. So we look at students versus middle-aged group, and we base our quotas of the latest censuses. So as they're released, we adjust our quotas. With this year, the same as the previous year, our what we call unweighted sample versus weighted sample, they are pretty close. So we collect the data, then we look at the difference between the actual collected data and the census, and we make sure that whatever responses we had are completely representative of the district based on census. We do know that obviously with the district growth and population growth, there might be a little lag closer to the next census, but at the same time, those results, as we see even between 2018 and 2023, the distribution between the age groups and the ethnicities and the wards, it does remain quite stable. So this year we have collected 421 responses overall. Most of the responses have been collected online, so it means that people receive a physical invitation with their name typed on the letter. They open it up, inside there is a QR code, a link. They sometimes call us up and ask for a paper copy to be sent to them. So we try and diversify and make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to participate through different channels. From last year, we also started collecting emails. So we are trying to create a database for the Waipa district, which means people who already participated, they can enroll in our database so we can invite them in the next 2 years. Again, there is a stand down period for both electoral roll in email. No one can participate more than every 12 months. So we guarantee that not the same people are surveyed with the electoral roll. The stand down period is actually 24 months overall. So let's get into the results. So like George has just mentioned, we can see the trends and we can see that 2023 year that was going where the decline was the sharpest. And it is all in the context because Waipa district, it's not unique in this way. So we have actually seen it across most of the local governments. You will see that it's post-COVID. So when the COVID started, most of the councils actually got a slight boost in the satisfaction with their leadership, reputation and trust, because it was mostly all about communication from the council to the residents. There was not much physical things that council could do to help residents to cope outside of the open centers and providing some like food help and food banks and things like that. However, when everything reopened and then the residents, that was an overall emotional feel, as well as local governments got the influence of the negative perception of the central governments. And we could see it in the verbatim comments coming through within those next few years. So in that particular time, the council's perception has started to decline across most of the measures. And some of the councils were able to start pulling up out of there around 23, 24. And Waipa was actually one of the councils. 24 was the time when we saw the uplift in the main metrics and the main KPIs. And for now, results remain stable. So it is quite a positive, and it's kind of out of a dip at the moment. So we're looking forward to see the next wave results and see where the next wave is going to lead us. So in here, as you can see, so this is across 22 councils overall. So not each year is the even number of councils, and some of them have more than the others because post-COVID, we actually started getting more councils needing the input from the residents through the resident survey to look at what they can improve on. So as you can see, so Waipa is the blue line, and it is going quite evenly with the average trend across most, and that's the 2023 where most of the councils, and you can judge it by the average and even by the minimum, by the worst performing council. So the recovery has started. For Waipa district, it started last year, but it has started, and hopefully it will continue. So this one, we only did one measure across for the historical data on the overall satisfaction, because across all of the measures, that trend remains very, very similar. So now talking about the last year result, the last 12 months, we just want, I personally want to say that there have been many improvements, and there are some of the highlights that we wanted to present. So that slide in particular, that shows the highest performing measures across the whole survey. And as you can see, this one both covers some of the core services and also some of the perception of the residents. So we are talking quality of life. most of the residents, they can complain about the rates, they can complain about the council, but they do believe that their quality of life is quite high. As you can see, some of the facilities, the district libraries is one of the great achievements, because in the past 12 months, the performance remained high, but the usage of the libraries has increased. So more people started using the libraries, and satisfaction has increased as well. The reliability of the water supply, this is quite important, and we'll talk about the water slightly in a different manner. So with the three waters, they're all different areas, and obviously for residents, they're different, they put different importance on the stormwater versus your water supply versus the sewage. And while the reliability of water supply was rated quite highly, the quality of water was rated quite low.
I'd just like to say through you, Madam Chair, that that top one, the convenience of making an inquiry, I was really delighted to see that, and it was quite a significant lift actually. And I just want to acknowledge, you know, the staff that have been behind that, because it is something we've been worried about, wanting to see improve, and it is quite a substantial improvement. I looked at the detail, because I thought, oh, maybe they're using Anteno a lot, but no, it's not. It's actually the way those inquiries are handled, you know, whether it's email or by phone. Yeah, and yeah, I just think that's a fantastic outcome. Yeah, cool, thanks.
Now, for not so good news.
Oh, sorry. I thought that said satisfaction.
Those are the measures that actually show the highest dissatisfaction. So those are the 1 to 4. And as you had in your note, please do note, so we do measure satisfaction as the highest. So on the scale of 1 to 10, we do measure the satisfaction as on the 8, 9, 10. So those are the people who are truly satisfied. So it's not the, yes, maybe not the 6s, not the 7s. So at the highest level, 8 to 10. As dissatisfaction, we actually take a way wider range. We take the scales 1 to 4.
Sorry, may I ask a question? Does that not give an imbalance? Because you're taking 1, 2, 3, 4 as against 3. Why do that? Why not 3 and 3?
So that depends on the reporting preferred and when the regional measures were set up for the LTP. So that was the choice that was made. The same time, like some of the councils, they don't even have a neutral point. They decide, you know, we want better results. So they split it right in the middle, and it is 6 to 10, and we split it just satisfied and dissatisfied. Some of the councils, they choose the 4 and 4 with the 2 neutrals in the middle. However, having those neutral base way wider, this is actually a bigger opportunity for the council. And you can be absolutely sure that the people say, if they're satisfied, it's not that gray area that within the next 12 months or even within the next quarter can be, let's say it's a 6, how easy it is to turn the 6 into a 4. It is much easier than if you're looking at your 8 to 10s, you can almost guarantee those 8 to 10s are going to stay with you.
So ultimately, Councillor Gordon, it's been a decision that's been made that, you know, in terms of how we interpret, and we can always relook at that. I guess the thing here is to look at the trends.
That's right. And we're consistent every year with the 4 and the 3, which is important.
And
Yeah.
also just to put everyone at ease, when we do the benchmarking, so we're looking at WIPA results across all the councils on the scale 8 to 10. So we're not comparing their scores that can be 6 to 10 with your scores that are 8 to 10. We're actually comparing on the same basis. So when you're looking at the previous slide with the benchmark, and all of those results are 8 to 10. And the few benchmarking slides that are down the line are also all completely comparable. So it is not that the performance is lower than the others. It is all on par. Now, with the highest dissatisfaction scores, it is when you look at what is in there, it is quite overwhelmingly weighted towards the image and reputation. there are more measures that are within the leadership, financial management, and the trust than the others. And the other one is the communication and engagement. So this is also a part of the image and reputation, the opportunities to provide, to participate in decision-making processes. And within the leadership, we do see the higher percentage of dissatisfied people than satisfied. The similar with the value for money. So value for money is probably the most representative out of them all, showing that only 8% are satisfied. However, it didn't make the list of the highest dissatisfaction scores. So even though we say that value for money is the lowest rated measure on the satisfaction, it is not the highest rated on the dissatisfaction. As you can see, it is quite down on the list. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 6 on the list with 41% dissatisfied. And as an example, the leadership has the higher percent of the dissatisfaction with the 45. Now, again, a little bit of the positive, and when we started seeing those positive trends, this is the very good news. So those are the biggest improvements over the past 12 months. And as you can see, a lot of them are related to the core services that were pointed to be the main focus and the biggest driver of satisfaction for the residents. So we've got the public facilities, the open spaces, we've got the food pass waste, and overall water management. So most of the core services, they are covered within the biggest improvements that have been made over the past 12 months. With the biggest decreases over the past 12 months, we again going back to the same main areas that drive the resident satisfaction. And it is the reputation, which is the third biggest decrease. We've got a few public facilities, but we also have roading coming through. I'll just give you a minute to have a look. And this is where, when we're talking about the 3 waters, so the quality of water actually declined year on year, while the water management overall has been improving and rated highly. Yes.
Could I just ask a question about that? So when you say the quality of the water, is that like the taste of it, the
smell and odor?
Right. Oh, that's interesting, because I wouldn't have expected it to be declining. I'm not aware of particular issues that we've had with it, but it's interesting, the perception of residents. Yeah, thank you for that.
And obviously for the biggest declines, and that still is continuing, they are related mostly to the reputation and the financial management that is still unfortunately on the downtrend.
Yeah, just quickly looking at that, the parking is down. I mean, it was a topic that never goes away, and it was brought up the other day at an event anyway, that some of us were there. And but yeah, that never changes, that topic. It's always there. It's been there for decades.
And that's not only for Waipa District. I can promise you that parking is an issue.
Elena, can you, is there any way of knowing, I'm just going back to Claire's question about the quality of the water. Is there any way of being able to clarify whether those were connected ratepayers, actually connected to our infrastructure? Because, or whether it's just a perception overall at large. Is there any way we can?
At the moment, we do have a flow where the water questions, I believe, are asked of those who are connected to the town supply.
Okay.
So those who are on the town supply are asked about their reliability and quality, but everyone is asked about water management overall.
Aha, okay. So
And
that's a broader perception issue, some of which we have influence over. Okay, yeah, lovely, thank you.
And it's the same with the sewerage. So we only ask those questions of those who are connected to the town systems. This is just over the 5 main core services. Have a quick look how the trend goes over the years. And again, this one just shows where the recovery started to happen in some areas more than the others. And again, in the next 12 months with the right focus on the areas that are in the plateau. So that would be the public facilities, the roading, and the waste minimization. So focusing on the plateau one would help to lift the overall satisfaction. Now with this one, George has touched on it a little bit. We do what is called the driver analysis. We've got a model where we take all of the large areas of the survey and we try to determine which areas are more important to the residents than the other. So we call it an impact score. So what it means, for example, if public facilities and open spaces, they have 30% impact score. So if that measure would improve by 3% over the next 12 months, the overall performance and overall satisfaction will improve by 1%. So it's 3 to 1. So if it's if it's 20%, it means that that measure needs to improve by 5%, and that in turn will pull the overall satisfaction performance increase by 1%. So it will be 1 to 5. Within those ones, so public facilities and open spaces, when we do the benchmarking, we actually split them as well as look at them together. And within that area, there are actually public facilities rather than open spaces. So open spaces are generally rated quite high, and they've got the lower impact, while the public facilities, including the museum, the libraries, they actually do have more impact on the residents' overall perception. With the road and infrastructure, again, we split it into footpaths, cycleways, and roads. And we have seen some good improvements with the safety of the footpaths. And we've seen some improvements with some other measures with the availability. However, there are several measures within the roading that still remain quite low, and they are still not increasing. The biggest concern is the maintenance of the actual roads, the public roads. This is one of the opportunities that can be taken to continue to improve. So that overall measure is improving, and it is still remaining important for the residents. So it is quite crucial at the moment not to abandon the path taken and all the improvements already made, and to continue on that. Now, when we do our analysis, and the full report was made available as well. So we look at the scores by demographics such as ward, age, and ethnicity. Also, we look at the different things like how long they lived in the district, if they live in urban or rural area, and obviously gender. We will skip the gender for today because it does really depend on who you talk to, and some of the years we've got overwhelmingly female are more positive, some of the years males are more positive. But this one is looking by ward. So the next 3 slides, they will show the biggest gaps in perception for the measures between the wards. So in here, we've got the Te Awamutu and Cambridge. So that's the cleanness of the streets in general. And that goes back to one of the priorities that have been identified through analysis, that's been the litter control. So obviously it affects some of the areas more than the others. The quality of life. Te Awamutu residents are feeling quite less positive than the rest of the district about the quality of their life.
That's a really interesting one, because a slide or 2 back, it said that the perception, the community living in this area, it had actually fallen, that their enjoyment of of being in this area for them, but that's sort of breaks it down a little bit more.
So that shows you where it has
Yeah.
it has fallen, with the rest of the districts still remaining quite high overall. And you can target those specific perceptions. The availability of cycleways, again, Te Awamutu, litter control that goes to the cleanliness on the streets of general, that's again Te Awamutu. So as you can see there, some of the largest differences are lying within Te Awamutu being kind of focus with the residents with the lower perceptions. Now, with the age, it's quite clear. So that's across most of the measures outside of usage and visitation. So for most of the measures, there is a trend that the younger residents are generally less satisfied, or they have lower perception of council core services, image and reputation, value for money, facilities, roading, everything compared to 65 plus.
Yes. May I ask a question? Is that reflective of a national trend?
So mostly, yes.
Oh,
However, in the last 12 months, we have seen some of the councils, because they especially were putting an effort of diversifying their engagement, and they actually engaged with the younger, they had the big success engaging with the younger age group. So we actually, even though it's still lower than 65 plus, we started seeing the significant improvement in the perceptions for the younger age groups, because with now the national, we are almost torn in seeing which one is the lowest, the youngest age group, or that 30 to 64. Realistically, it's again goes to the financial environment overall the country. So your 65 plus and the youngest ones, they are the most stable at the moment, while the middle group with the 30 to 64, they were who were financially hit the most with the COVID, the recovery, the financial crisis, and with everything else. People were losing jobs, people were losing houses, they couldn't pay their mortgage, they couldn't afford the rent, their affordability goes up, while the younger generation, they either have a little bit of a cushion of the older generation, or they're just not old enough to deal with any of the financial implications.
being quite specific in those items that you've mentioned there, do you have a similar breakdown on, say, the overall satisfaction with council, or the value for money of council in that same kind of breakdown? Yes?
So each measure has in the full report,
Yeah.
each measure is broken down and got numbers and analysis across the age, gender, ethnicity, lengths of stay, and ward. So you can, for each of the measure within the report, you will be able to see.
Yeah, I can see those on the individual pages,
On the individual
but not in that format. And that format's really,
We can collate
We
those.
can look at
collate
that.
this.
because I think that's really interesting in looking at the various sector perceptions. Yeah.
We can collate all of those
Yeah.
tables. That's not a problem.
Thank you.
And the very similar clear cut this year was for the ethnicity. So most of the measures, we've got Maori versus non-Maori, well, other ethnicities that were also less satisfied in here. Just wanted to point out, outside of the overall performance and the measures, there is actually level of inclusivity and the culture and heritage that are the top two, where the gap is the highest.
Oh, my bloody computer keeps. Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, I've been looking at this too, and I'm wondering the knowing of some of these people that complete our surveys, because I can see these deliberate points in here that are real sticky as points that I know we would need for them to lean into. But I also picked up the old gravy train remark that's in there too. And that gives me a full indication of how they know nothing, that there is no gravy train for Māori. There's one person with 12 others. There's no gravy train. So yeah, it always makes me, sorry, as one who had to do 1,000 surveys in a research group, it always just amazes me how and who is filling in these surveys. Because there is a clear disconnect in our community of knowing what civics are. And that's something I'm up against at the moment. Yeah, so it's interesting. This is so interesting, and I appreciate your work.
And
Yeah.
this is also again Waipa district is not unique with this. We always see the disconnect, and sometimes it's not kind of like ethnic related. When you ask, and that's why the sample is great, because it is almost like picking a random person off the street. And it is also good to talk to the people who like to engage with the council and who understand what the council does, what council's limitations are, what it's in control and not in control of. Also, I understand where there is the district or the regional or who, it is great when people understand. However, this is most of the people that are walking down the streets. There are very few who choose to actively engage and have the understanding, so that education might help. It's not about lifting the satisfaction, but it's about just letting them know when they are feeling bad. It might not be because of, if that was the reasons.
Can I just interrupt there? They're going to test our fire alarm, so it'll be a short bit, but so don't think we're burning down. Yeah, away you go, Mike.
Yeah, hey, just a couple of general questions, not about the data so much, but my first one is, hey, the methodology, I totally agree. Whatever it is, it really needs to stay the same. Otherwise, you sort of change, there's too much to change. The other one, those you mentioned, and it probably won't come out, is the 4 times a year sampling. Is there actually a difference between, say, spring and summer or winter and summer, or is there a difference that you've found in how people respond to this at different times of the year?
We do see a few trends when you compare, for example, wave 1 with wave 1, wave 2 with wave 2. There's usually some uplifts like right after the Christmas, then it goes a little bit down in winter with the more rain, with the more flooding, obviously. Storm water, it also helps you to pinpoint, especially like water, the 3 waters is the best example. So when the storm water is not working properly and the drainage is not working properly, and that autumn, winter where you've got more leaves in the drains, then you will see a slight dip. Or if all the maintenance is done properly, you will see it straight. But if it goes down, you know the reason why it goes down for the certain measures. The
Yeah.
same, the quarter surveying can help to identify those measures.
Yeah, some of the reasons why, and thank you for that. Yeah, it makes sense.
So we will skip from the general comments because I think George has all of the verbatim comments that.
Yeah, you have a copy of them.
And overall, those are the issues and the general comments. They really align with our driver analysis. It's the same things that going over. So it's the roading, the issues with the roading, concern about the rates, the value for money, the financial management, and consultation. People want to be heard on their opinions. Now, if you don't mind, because we have to wrap up, I might skip the next.
Keep going.
Oh, are we still,
Yeah.
all right? So this one is one of our unique analysis that we do. So we put together residence profile where we take all of the reputation measures and we divide them into more emotional and into more touchable. So, for example, something like core services or services and facilities and financial management, it will be something factual. And then we've got trust and leadership. That's the way that people feel. It would go emotional, and we build the axis and the way it's calculated. So we take each person's score and we add them all up. So the 2 for leadership and trust, that would be where they go on the vertical axis, and the other 2, the financial management and the quality of services and facilities, that's where it will go on the horizontal axis. And then we kind of like place each person, and that's the breakdown of our whole sample. So where the people ended up. So in the analysis of the person rating highly both trust all of the 4 measures, they will be the champions. It doesn't mean that those people are completely happy with everything. They still can be dissatisfied with a lot of things. But generally speaking, those are the people who are the greatest supporters of the council. They see what the council does. They know what they do, and it supports the decisions made. On the other hand, which is the complete opposite, are the skeptics. So those are the people that they don't believe council do the right thing. They are not happy with the services and facilities. They don't think that it's a good leadership, and they obviously don't have trust. It is, again, like it has been a trend like that for the last 4 years, where the champions have been a smaller proportion compared to skeptics. And within those groups, the trends are very similar. So your 65 plus are most likely to be champions. The residents who are non-Maori are most likely to be champions. Residents from Cambridge are most likely to be champions. On the other hand, you've got the Maori, the younger age groups, and residents from Te Awamutu who are going into the skeptics. And this analysis just to help you to see the overall picture of where residents sit. So while you might think, oh, the results are really negative and the results are really bad. No, 1 in 3 people in the whole district actually supports the council. That's the way for us to look at it. Now, this one is the most interesting part, I guess. So this is the preliminary benchmark, and this is based across 18 councils at the moment. And it's very similar to the previous slide. So the blue dot is WIPA, gray is the average, green is the maximum, and orange is the lowest performing council. In here, it is quite interesting to see, while for most of the measures, you are staying right on par with the average. And again, as you can see, value for money is a concern and it's the focus, so is the reputation. However, Waipa District Council measures and the performance is right on the average across the country. Those measures are always ones of those that perform lower than the others. And that's a trend across the whole country. Now, in here, when we were talking about what is the focus and what the focus for the council has been over the past 12 months, so that goes back to the core services. And in here, where we can see that for Waipa District Council, the core services are actually quite below the average. And we'll have a look at the core services. So that's the breakdown within the core services. And as you can see, as I was talking about the benchmarking and for the analysis, we do break down the open spaces and the public facilities. And the public facilities such as museums and swimming pools and libraries and public toilets. And we obviously saw that public toilets were one of the priorities. People are really dissatisfied with them. Another one was, it was quite interesting, didn't make in the priority list, but the swimming pool satisfaction with swimming pools, it actually was one of the fewer public facilities with the highest dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction, like outside. Yeah, dissatisfaction outside of the public facilities, because generally speaking, open spaces and public facilities, they barely had any people who were dissatisfied with them. We are talking 2%, 3%. So for the swimming pool, that went up to 8%, and your public toilets were 10%. So you are seeing a big gap in between those. While for the open spaces, that never went over 3%. And
So can I just clarify a question? Just go over that with us again. So are you saying only 8% though of people are dissatisfied with the pools?
yes,
Right.
but again, like when we look at the context within all of the public facilities,
Yeah.
it is one of the highest.
Yeah, the highest, but 8% is, yeah, right, just to quantify that.
But it is one of those things where while focusing on public facilities, because it is the top priority, it is very hard to get somebody that's just from the intuitive perspective as well, you would understand. It's very hard to get somebody rate an 8 versus 7, but it is very easy to take someone from the 1 to 4 and make them rate a 5. And that would still create the good improvement and a good push for the overall perception, because as we saw, the public facilities and the open spaces, it's what's at the moment has the biggest impact, the biggest influence on the overall perception. And with this one, with the water management, so water management is the only core service deliverables that is above the average at the moment.
You're welcome.
Now, just for a small conclusion on my side, so that's again, we have talked a bit about the reputation and the financial management and the rates. And please don't forget, this survey is a perception survey. It's the way that people perceive stuff. It doesn't mean that it's all absolutely true.
But it is true on the way they feel.
It is true on the way they feel. It is mostly, and this is sometimes the communication and engagement. That's where it comes through. So it's not about how high are the rates. It's about, do they know what is done with the rate? Is it justified for them? I mean, sometimes we do surveys, something similar, like people want a new stadium. They want to build a new stadium. So the council goes to them and asks them straight, would you prefer a new stadium and your rates will increase that much over the next 3 years? And then it's a more conscious decision for them. And even though they might be unhappy and still say that the rates are high, but within the comments, you might see less negativity about that. You will still see rates are high. I can't afford it. But you won't see mismanagement of the financial funds. You won't see comments like spend the money wisely. Don't waste the money on the large projects. Do focus on the core services. And at the moment, this is what the comments are telling us. So the people would like the financial management to be focused on the core services rather than the larger projects. And this is to actually list all of the priorities and opportunities within the infrastructure and the leadership. And that's, again, that's based on the comments, the analysis. You will see there is a lot of trust leadership. The way it is addressed, it is for the council to make the final decision. So what can you do to increase trust? Or again, perception of trust, or perception of the leadership, perception of the value for money. And then there are some very factual things that parking, maintenance of roads, public toilets, and the stormwater and the litter control. So with the core services, again, it is our recommendation just to continue the path of improving the core service deliverables, especially when it relates to the roads, the water, and the waste. And that will continue to improve satisfaction. Thank you.
Can I just ask a quick question? You don't ask them how they acquire the information about the council, or how they garner, how they created that perception? Like, is it?
We don't have that question, but
Like,
I think we might look about where.
Yeah, because as you say, it is a perception, and it'd be interesting to understand how those perceptions are formed. Not only, you know, what within the whare, what we're doing wrong, but is there stuff external? You know, how is that perception created? And what role can we play in trying to change that sort of narrative too?
Well, I can tell you from experience with the other councils, they're usually very similar themes that come through, and it might be something similar. Usually, it's lack of the visibility. So, for example, they're saying, I don't know what council is, what council does. I have never seen my councillor, like from my area, I don't know their name, I don't know what they do. And that visibility is most of the times creates the misperceptions, and those misperceptions drive the dissatisfaction. I can't 100% say that this is the situation with the WIPA because there are variances across the districts. But from my experience, this is the most common reason where it falls.
Which is interesting because that aligns with some of the findings from the electoral law reform working group that I was on, and which focused on trying to drive voter participation, which of course is woeful. And one of the fundamental reasons why people cite not engaging is because they don't really understand what council's about, and it speaks exactly to what you're just saying.
All right, I think I've got a couple more slides to wrap up because I know everyone's hungry and lunch is there. But would you like to say something, Lisa?
I just wanted to touch on misinformation and disinformation because it is a worldwide trend and something that councils, not only in New Zealand, but definitely in Australasia, are grappling with. And the spread of that and the inability or the difficulty in correcting that information and making sure that people get the right story is a growing issue.
All right, I did just want to touch on this, and it's talked about in quite a lot more detail in the paper. I guess from staff's perspective, this is really rich information for both staff and councillors to take away and consider, especially, going into the new triennium and corporate planning cycle, etc. But I guess what I wanted to touch on here, I think a lot of the strategic direction or the strategic initiatives that have been prioritised do actually speak to a number of the findings that Elena has gone through. Ahuaki in terms of guiding our decisions and taking that really holistic approach, and learnings from customer engagement from that process being leveraged for the likes of the Cambridge Connections project, etc. And that speaks to, our residents really wanting to have better opportunities to engage with projects and decision making. We're taking deliberate steps to strengthen authentic partnerships, and obviously we were introduced to Nera this morning as an important part of that journey. We've talked about enhanced youth engagement, which is an active initiative at the moment and really speaks to that division that Elena went through. Customer experience framework and digital enhancement really does remain a focus to keep that momentum and that great increase that we saw. And it also speaks to, I think, looking after our existing infrastructure, that roading maintenance in particular, making sure that we do keep investing. It speaks to the work that James was talking about this morning in terms of getting our financial reporting enhanced and that better understanding of how we, or enhanced management of growth, I guess, and continuing to build livable communities. So I think that speaks to it as well in terms of, in my opinion, open spaces, community facilities are wanted and they are important. So we need to consider that. So next steps. The report will be available on Council's website very soon. The results will go on Council's annual report. They're a really important part of our storytelling. As I see consideration from you as we head into the new council, into the new triennium. We will continue our monitoring because it does help to inform our strategic direction, inform our risk management practices, and we will share the benchmark report with you late in September when we receive it. But I would like to thank Elena for coming here in person from Tauranga.
Yes.
Yeah, Tauranga, and taking us through this.
Yeah.
Absolutely, George.
Thanks, George. And thank you, Elena. Yeah, look, really, I mean, obviously we'd all want the ticks going right up, right? But I guess it's really informative to get that data that backs up some of the things that we might all be hearing about the traps, but in turn justify some of our laser focus on some of the areas that we know we need massive improvement in. So it justifies some of the decisions, a lot of the decisions and movements that have been made of recent times. So thank you for that, really valuable. Roger, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say that I found your presentation really illuminating in terms of the background and how we establish those trends. And I think trends are the really important aspect looking over time. I particularly liked, it's in the paper that we had, and page 11, where we've got the last number of quarters of survey, and we can see the difference. And I particularly liked the blues against the reds, showing the positive factor, the 8, 9, 10s against the 1, 2, 3, 4s, and the trend for those. But I can't get away from the fact that I think we need, because this was about your presentation today, but to discuss some of the trends that are shown in this report that we need to sit down and talk about. And I think particularly, when you look at overall satisfaction fell from 22 to 19%, that's a big drop in overall satisfaction. And our reputation benchmark dropped from 65% to 55%. Those are things that we've got to sit down and really talk about.
Can I say something? So 22 to 19 on the sample of 400, that is not a significant. It can be due to the sample surveying, it can be, we've got the margin of error, that is kind of a general rule of thumb. It's not always by that exact number, but it always going to be around that depending on the sample, which is 4.77.
But the trend over time
Trend over time,
indicates the same kind of trend in drop in satisfaction.
So you can compare the 2023 with 2025, for example. And within that satisfaction trend, I believe it has gone up. When you compare, I think it's on this one. So it's actually, well, talking to percentages, it's the same as it has been in 2023. So we would call it a very stable measure. So at the moment, the overall satisfaction, it plateaued, which is good. It's a positive because it was on decline for the last 4 years. And right now you are finally plateaued, which next, if all the right steps are made, the next step is going to be up.
Wonderful, lovely. Hey, thank you very much for that. And thank you for making the time for us today, Elena, really insightful. And thanks, George and team. So we're going to break for lunch now.